Check. Check. Order. Good evening. Welcome to the City Council meeting of July 20, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All members of the City Council are present.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Need for a closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have one item. It's a conference with legal counsel as a result of anticipated litigation, as a result of a significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. We have 3 cases to discuss.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on the closed session items?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Thank
then
you.
Thank you. We are recessed to closed session until 6 p.m. Here we go. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular city council meeting for the city of Dana Point for July 20th, 2021. Please join us with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Mike Frost. Thank you very much, Councilmember Frost. We have some presentations and proclamations tonight. The first of which is Mr. Adam Eliasson from the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. That is a local JPA that this city is a member of, and he's here to give us an update on their mission and successes. Mr. Eliasson, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council of Dana Point and the community. My name is Adam Eliasson, and I'm the manager of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. And I want to thank, first of all, Mayor Federico for his continued service on our board. He's currently our board chair and has been serving in that capacity for the past year. The Orange County Housing Finance Trust has been around since May of 2019, and Dana Point elected and approved to be a member of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. And I thought it was important that I personally go around to cities that are in Orange County and give a return and report, I call it, of how we've done since you joined, and just give a very short 5-minute presentation to highlight some of the accomplishments that we've done. So as I said, this is a joint powers authority. It consists of the County of Orange and the majority of cities in the county. It was created in March of 2019, and there was a lot of work to go through the formation after it was created to do bylaws and get all the different procedural things we needed to get going. But it didn't take long before we started seeing some noticeable results as at the formation of the trust. The purpose of the trust, if you're not aware, is to finance the development of affordable housing and be another resource in Orange County for cities, the county, developers, service providers, to be able to build a variety of different types of affordable housing. So to date, we have 23 cities plus the county, Dana Point being one of them. And got to put my glasses on, sorry. Some of the accomplishments that we've done in this first 2 years is we've accomplished putting a 5-year strategic plan together with the board oversight. We've put our first annual budget together and then came back to the board with a budget update this recent board meeting. We've got a website that is the initials of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. It's ochft.org. And on that website, in addition to posting agendas and some news information, one of the really interesting and fun things that we get a lot of feedback on is we have a tab that posts where all the projects that we have funded throughout the county, including South County, Central, and North County. And those that map has a push pin, and you can touch a push pin and it tells you all about the project. It tells you where it's located. It tells you who the developer is, how many units, when it's going to be done or when it was done, if it's under construction. Just gives you all this information. The media loves it because we show our progress towards goals, and the community loves it so they know where different affordable housing projects are scattered throughout the county. We've also reached out to a lot of developers, cities, and service providers to be able to explain who we are and what we're trying to add to the county in terms of financing, bringing new money into Orange County that wasn't available previously. We're going up to the state and lobbying for different funding sources. So the phrase "show me the money" is really what I got early on as the manager of the Housing Finance Trust. And so this slide highlights what that accomplishment was. So in the very first year, well, actually, at the end of the first year, we were able to issue a notice of funding available for developers who were interested in receiving a layer of financing. These are loans, not grants, that we give. They're deferred loans, so they don't have to make monthly payments. They pay it later. But in the first year, we issued a notice of funding of $11.5 million. This past May, we just issued $11 million in funding. Those two funding sources went to a total of 13 projects, 7 in the first year, 6 in the second year. And you can see that we've awarded almost 900 units of new affordable housing in the county. All of those are just starting in the process of getting started in construction. Many of these take about 18 months after we award the funds to go through the process of getting all the entitlements and approvals and other layers of funding that they need. It's not an easy process to finance affordable housing. There's a lot of gap subsidy that comes in. We were awarded $4.2 million last year from the state on a grant that we applied for, and that went right into the capital fund to develop more housing. We also were awarded $600,000 from the Orange County Council of Governments. It's a grant that came from SCAG, and we use that for some administrative funding that will help us for the next couple of years. Our funding sources just this last year came from a variety of sources. On the administrative side, the County of Orange still subsidizes us at $200,000 a year for administrative funding. We get some money from the state, that's the LHTF funding, and from the Orange County Council of Governments, that's the REAP grant. And because we were able to get all these grant funding this past year, I was happy to announce to our board and all the member cities that we required no member contributions because we had other sources that came in for the administrative funding. And on the other side of the equation is the capital funding. What's the money that goes towards projects? And you can see that the county still contributes money for that. We receive funding from the Mental Health Services Act, which is county funding. And then we go after the state competitive grant funding, which is the local housing trust fund money. Just looking to the future, we plan on expanding to other cities, especially now that for the next couple of years, the membership fee looks like it's going to be $0. We plan on receiving additional funding. We're lobbying really strongly right now up in Sacramento because of the state budget surplus funds that are up there. The governor's announcing an overwhelming amount of money towards affordable housing, homelessness housing, and we're going after that and following it very closely. We're also looking at developing private donation sources for affordable and workforce housing. And there's this ultimate goal that we have that we've just joined with the County of Orange in, which is that we wanted to create 2,700 new permanent supportive housing units by 2025. That goal was established before we were formed by the county. It was formed in 2018, so a year before. And already between our efforts and the county's efforts, we're about 35 to 40% of our way towards that goal. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Really just a quick highlight and let you know that we're trying to do good things throughout the county, and I'm available for anything you might want to ask.
Thank you very much, Adam. Council, does anyone have any questions? Mayor, Councilmember Villar.
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you personally for your work and your passion for this. Homelessness and our housing crisis, for me, is the #1 humanitarian crisis of our lifetime. So please keep pushing forward. Please keep moving. For me, I really do appreciate all of the effort, and this was a great update. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and give this presentation. There's a lot of information here that I wasn't aware of. Well, housing units, where are they mainly? Are you seeing concentrations of them? Or are they spread across the county?
Actually, our notice of funding has a priority that 1/3 goes into the north service planning area, we call it. 1/3 goes to the central and 1/3 goes to the south. And in fact, this last NOFA, notice of funding that we did, we had exactly 2 applications in the south, 2 applications in the central, and 2 applications in the north.
But
In this most recent round, I know in this area, Lake Forest got a project, and I believe San Clemente got a project.
And when you say applications, that for individual units or family dwellings, what?
Multifamily dwellings are what these are what they call tax credit financed multifamily apartments.
Okay, so you're balancing it per service area, correct?
Yes.
But are you balancing it and are you doing it by applications or total units?
The total dollars available.
Total dollars. So, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for. It could be, because maybe more expensive build down here. So you get fewer units down here than you would in central and north. I don't know if that for a fact or not, but I'm just using that for an example.
Yeah. And just pointing back to that comment I made earlier, there's this really interesting map on our website that's really handy. You can go on and you can see where they all are. They're all displayed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. As Adam mentioned, I've had the pleasure of serving with Adam on that board since its inception, and it really is a fantastic agency that is bringing money that is available for a long time, has been available to other parts of the state through their large cities that we just have been missing here in Orange County because we don't have that one large city government to be that magnet for those dollars. And Adam is now the guy going out and getting them and dispersing them as equitably as he possibly can. And I would add, we talk a lot about permanent supportive housing, but we are not just funding permanent supportive housing. We're funding all of those, low and very low RHNA categories as well. So we're helping cities meet RHNA obligations and helping solve the problem of affordable housing. And Mayor Pro Tem has another question. Sure. Anyway, great job. Thank you for sharing that, Adam, and I'll see you.
I was going to ask you to do the presentation tonight because you know it so well. But
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller's got another
Just one
question.
quick question. Because of the new RHNA allocations that are out, do you work with cities so when applicants come in, you make these applicants aware that these dollars are available? Is that something you've thought about or done?
I didn't catch the beginning. I heard
Because
most
of
of
all
it.
the new RHNA allocations,
Yep.
cities have much higher affordable housing numbers that they need to meet. Do you work with cities so when developers come in, we help them understand, hey, there are dollars available to provide affordable housing on this project?
Yeah, we send out like once a year a annual report of our performance to cities and staff, but more importantly, we have a very lengthy list of developers who are active in Orange County. And those are the ones that we make sure they're aware that when we have a new notice of funding come out, that we want them to apply for our money. And we're talking to the developers often, letting them know that funding's coming and we want them to continue to look for sites that they can apply for, because without them having a project site in mind, then our funding sits stagnant.
Okay. I appreciate that. I've got a whole list of questions that just popped into my head. We don't have to go there, so I'll work with staff on that. But thank you so much.
Call
for the
me
work you're
anytime.
doing. All right, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Adam. That brings us to a very bittersweet presentation that we have tonight. We are about to recognize two amazing longtime employees who are retiring. So we're going to recognize Gail Rosine and Kathy Ward. Gail's not with us here tonight, although she's watching. She couldn't be here with us, but she's with us here in spirit, and we certainly are here for her. Kathy, if you would join me up front, please. Mr. City Manager, if you would join me up front. Is it working? All right. Fantastic. Thank you. So, Gail, hello. We miss you being here, but you're every bit as much here with us as if you were here in person. So we're recognizing tonight Gail Rosine, who, if you haven't met Gail, that means you probably have never called or visited City Hall. For the last 8 years, Gail has been the administrative assistant and receptionist in basically what is the front desk of City Hall and admin. So for anyone who comes to City Hall and isn't quite sure where they're going, they see Gail. And for anyone who calls City Hall, they get Gail on the phone. And I'm sure Gail could tell us she probably never knows what that phone call is going to be, what those people are going to say. Gail has been absolutely the right person for that job with her professionalism and positive attitude and just friendly voice. So Gail, we thank you for that. Kathy Ward, for the last 32 years, almost, we'll call it 32 years, has been an employee of this city, and she's risen up through the ranks to be our longtime city clerk. Kathy is the 9th ever. Is that correct? Were you the 9th employee? Something like that. She's what in the military, she's what we would call a plank holder. She was here from the beginning. She opened this place up, certainly. And after many years of very dedicated service, Kathy is also retiring. We have a long list of people who want to say thank you to both of you. So let's start with, if she's here, do we have someone from Congressman Levin's office? Is Terry here? That's us. Oh, okay. All right. So Gail, this is from the United States House of Representatives in recognition of Gail Rosine for providing 13 years of outstanding service to the city of Dana Point, whereas Gail Rosine started her career in the city of Dana Point 2008. By the way, I got that backwards. I apologize. I had 8 and 13 in my head. If you had started in 2013, it would have been 8 years. But 13 years starting in 2008. Gail, I apologize. Since the time that she was provided exemplary service to the city and residents, now therefore be it resolved that on this July 20th, 2021, Gail Rosine be honored in the 49th Congressional District in the state of California for her many years of distinguished service and dedication to the community of Dana Point. Signed, Mike Levin, Member of Congress, 49th District. Congratulations, Gail. There's one for you, Kathy. Maybe no surprise. Kathy Ward, for providing almost 32 years of exemplary service to the city of Dana Point. Kathy Ward began her career in 1989, the year the city was founded, and has served in a variety of positions, resulting in commendable career in public service. Be it resolved that on this day, July 20th, 2021, Kathy Ward be honored in the 49th Congressional District in the state of California for her years of distinguished dedication and extraordinary contributions to the community of Dana Point. Signed by Mike Levin, Member of Congress, 49th District of California. Congratulations, Kathy. All right, and now I think we have, all right, Candace is here from Senator Pat Bates' office. Candace, if you'd come on up, please.
Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. It's a great evening. You have such great people working here. I mean, some few months ago, you had another long-time employee retiring. So Dana Point must be the place to work. So on behalf of Senator Bates, who was unable to be here tonight due to family commitments, she is in the district for the next 4 weeks. But right now, she's trying to gather her wits after a long session up in Sacramento, but she certainly did not want to overlook the proud employees that the city of Dana Point has, and Gail Rosen is among them. Her many years of working here have been known because she is such a great employee, always willing to stay late, work late, do whatever it is that needs to be done. She's always been an exemplary employee. So this is a resolution, Gail, from Senator Patricia Bates at the state capitol, and be it resolved that Senator Patricia Bates takes this opportunity to draw the special attention of the public to Gail Rosen in appreciation of the professional service she has provided to the people of Dana Point throughout her career, and extends to her her sincerest best wishes for a future filled with happiness and success. Dated the 20th day of June, Honorable Patricia C. Bates, 36th Senatorial District. So congratulations. Of course, there's a lot of other warehouses in there, but I won't bore you with all of them. And now we have the Lady of Honor. We have Kathy Ward, who's been here for nearly 30 years. And her time here has been wonderful, I'm sure, to everyone here. All the things that she has done and watched the city grow and taking it to where it is today, it's remarkable to see what's happened in 30 years. I've lived here all this time too, not right here in the city, but in the general area. And I'm thrilled to see what's happening with the city of Dana Point, and I commend you all for doing what you're doing. So Kathy, we congratulate you on your retirement, and the senator sends her very best wishes and hopes that you spend some time enjoying your retirement. And so be it resolved that Senator Patricia C. Bates takes this opportunity to draw special attention to the public to Kathy Ward in appreciation of her professional service she has provided to the people of Dana Point throughout her career, and extends her sincerest best wishes for a future filled with happiness and success. On this day, the 20th of July, 2021, Honorable Patricia C. Bates, 36th Senatorial District. So here's our resolution from the state of California. And thank you. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. Congratulations. Okay, you want to turn it around and we'll get a picture. There you go. Congratulations. Mhm. Oh, yeah.
All right, now I saw Ms. Sergio. There's Sergio from Supervisor Bartlett's office.
Hi, how are you? I don't. Oh, the TV. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Well, I would like to congratulate Gail Rosing on a job well done for 13 years. Everyone knows what you've done here. There's nothing I can say that people don't already know. But on behalf of Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, would like to present you with this proclamation that I understand someone's going to be picking up for her. And hopefully have some wall space because we have plenty of proclamations for you here. But Kathy, you've been here quite a while. And Dana Point would not be Dana Point exactly the way it is if it wasn't for you and all the great work you did while you were here. And again, everyone here knows what a great job you did. There's nothing I can say that you don't already know. But we have some nice flowery language in here for you. If you're having trouble sleeping tonight, you might want to read this. But on behalf of Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, would like to present you with this proclamation.
Next, Laurelyn from the Dana Point Times.
Thank you. Well, Gail, it's been a pleasure working with you for the last 13 years at Dana Point Times when we first launched the paper. So I'm Kathy. I'm so sorry. I was saying, Gail, congratulations. Yes, that was a typo. Yes. Did we get right? Lillian, did we get a typo on the cover? No. I'm just kidding. Kathy, good evening. On behalf of the Dana Point Times, we would like to present a cover of last week's to you. Thank you so much for your service to the community for 32 years, almost, right? 31 and 9 months. But thank you for all your service for the community, the residents, and helping us, Dana Point Times, launch the #1 local news you can use. 13 years ago, we really appreciate all your just being there for us and helping, and again, the community. And we wish you all the best, and we're going to miss you. Here you go. Thank you. Sorry. And Gail, congratulations as well. We wish you all the best. Thank you.
I believe next we have Vicki McMurtry from the Chamber of Commerce. Welcome again, Vicki.
Thank you, Mayor Federico. Yeah. Cool. One for you. Okay. Hello, Gail. So my name is Vicki McMurtry. I'm the Executive Director of the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce. And in addition to supporting small businesses, we get a number of phone calls from citizens all around town asking the best questions. And a lot of those times we refer those people to the city of Dana Point. And we do so knowing that Gail is going to be the absolute best person and greatest line of defense to answering those questions with a calm demeanor and just the patience of a saint. So congratulations, Gail. We thank you for all of your assistance over the years and just your general demeanor and putting up with us, really. So congratulations. Could you keep modeling? Thank you so much. Miss Kathy Ward. A great philosopher and old-time band once said, "We built this city on rock and roll." You literally built this city on rock and rules, my friend. Thank you. Thank you to the 4 people that laughed at that. I'm very proud of that. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. We are so, so grateful for your wisdom, for your willingness to help us whenever we needed assistance, for always being a guiding light, and again, just a go-to person for whenever we had any questions about what we actually should be doing, and which we had that question a lot. So again, congratulations. I know you started when you were 5 years old, so congratulations, almost 32 years. I imagine that you, Jackie, and Gail are going to be having some epic happy hours, what I would very much like to be invited to. I hear you have dogs, so selfishly, I'm going to promote the San Clemente Animal Shelter, San Clemente Dana Point Animal Shelter. So sorry about that. Thanks for paying for that as well. And encourage you to get involved and walk some dogs there. We can hang out over there, and now that you have all this free time. But again, congratulations, very deserved, and enjoy yourself. Thank you. Thank you.
And last, and hopefully not least, the city of Dana Point are going to recognize and thank you both. These 2 women are, as I said earlier, amazing employees and really embody what I believe the culture of Dana Point City Hall and our community are. They're caring, they're professional, they're sincere and dedicated, and everyone who's ever dealt with them knows that you can't find better staff, and we're very proud of that here. Our residents appreciate and deserve it, and I think both of these 2 women really embodied that and reflect what our culture should be. So thank you for what you do for that. There's no one better to talk about and recognize these 2 than our city manager, Mike Killebrew, who's worked with both of them for a very long time. So Mike, here you go.
And I will keep it short. I'm going to start with you, Gail, but I'm going to hand the microphone to Kathy because I'm sure she wants to say a few words to you as well. But some background. We get a pretty experienced, diverse group of employees when we hire them. And just as an example are Kathy and Gail. Starting with Gail, she's a graduate of UCLA. She worked her way up from a billing clerk to be a district manager for customer service at SoCal Gas prior to retiring and taking on a second, third, and possibly a 4th career. So interesting. I think it was her first retirement job. She sold wine for Williams-Sonoma. She also has extensive experience doing customer service training with a bunch of different industries. So this is before she came to work at our front desk. Interesting notes from her dossier. Gail had volunteered for the U.S. Department of Justice's program to identify long-term missing persons, and also assisted in writing some federal legislation that dealt with reporting and investigating missing persons, and also some rules regarding DNA usage. She's definitely with us, and I'm sure every other thing she ever does, 5-star customer service. You've heard it before. Honestly, just a caring soul. So it does translate well into a customer service. And I know the mayor agrees with me. Gail's position at that front desk answering the phone, I probably a couple hundred times over the last, since she started, reminded her that that is the most important position at City Hall, as she engages and assists more residents and others navigating not only our bureaucracy, but also pointing folks to get questions answered at the county, at the state, other, of our utilities and everywhere else. Honestly, Gail, walking through the front door or walking out the front door when you're at the desk, always smiling, always kind, always patient. I know sometimes frustrated, but you never showed it. You did share it with us at times with some of the guests that showed up, but just the epitome of confident, helpful, caring soul. And I know that you and your husband, Mike, are going to enjoy your retirement. And I already talked to my wife. We're going to be going out to the desert to visit you at your new home, and just getting one last hug. So, Gail, your years of service here are definitely appreciated.
Oh, my God. Hey, Gail, I know you're watching me. So, obviously, you heard what Mike said, and I can't really say anything more except you've been extremely special to work with. Sorry, didn't think that would happen, but don't be sorry. It's been a great time working at the city in general. But I have to say, it was when you came aboard, it made the department whole. You've been just an amazing person to get to know and to work with. So I'm going to leave it at that because I'm obviously already cutting out. And I do look forward to visiting you, Jackie and I, and maybe others will get in the car and jump in and see you soon. Okay? Thank you and congratulations.
And we'll move on to Kathy at this point before I turn it back over to the mayor. Rock and rules. That was awesome. Probably no surprise to anybody that when I read through her dossier, Kathy's dossier here, that she got an award for perfect attendance. I believe that was in school. And if I'm not mistaken, I think her daughter may have done the same thing. She was also top 10 in her graduating class. Business degree from Cal State Fullerton. She went on to provide financial aid and academic counseling services at Cerritos College. She worked in a personnel office at a private company and was an owner-operator of an exterminating company, which is an appropriate leap into local government. She came in here as a secretary and promoted on up. The next part really explains why she promoted up, and it's not just her perfect attendance, but Kathy is a lifelong student. She's continually studying and working toward additional professional certifications. Going through her dossier, there's about an inch thick of one-page completion certificates for courses, constantly going and updating her knowledge of her profession. So she did go from secretary all the way to city clerk. And this is the personal side, and you hear it in all the other comments, but you're one of the hardest, most dedicated workers that I've ever been blessed to work with. Not an untrue story. It's probably the last, since I've been here 14 years, getting her to take time off because she was always worried about everything being done perfectly. And her husband, Steve, came up and said, I don't know how you got her to take time off. Thankfully, she did take some time off and learn that she loves to go cruising. consummate professional, a positive can-do attitude, and an incredible commitment to sticking to the rule of law. She says she often had to be Switzerland, and I saw it, I think in the paper, or I saw it in some other comments, when political issues arose that required the city clerk's involvement. And that has simply been Kathy being Kathy. She follows the book. I've worked with her for 14 years, and I can't tell you even one time when we had a heated argument. She's always been there to educate and assist me with all the process issues, and simply is knowledgeable and trustworthy, and consider you a good friend. Wish you the best. And Steve, in your retirement, I know you're not going to be idle. Animal shelter's always looking for folks, as we heard. And you're always welcome to come back to City Hall. So thank you very much for your service.
All right. We'll get pictures in a second. We do have proclamations here. I just want to say, sometimes when you do joint recognitions or retirement recognitions or farewells, they can seem like they might be watered down, but we were perfectly comfortable doing these together, as evidenced by Kathy's feelings about her comments for Gail. They really were a fantastic team in that front office, and we were such beneficiaries of how well you both worked together. Sometimes people find that perfect job that suits them and their skills and their abilities. Gail, thank you so much for being gracious and patient and the perfect face of City Hall. We at City Hall, I think, sometimes take for granted how unfamiliar it can be to our residents and people that need to come here and get stuff done. And thank you for making them feel welcome and helping them. And our residents absolutely take for granted what goes on behind the scenes, certainly in your office. We've said a lot of great things about you and how what made you successful, but to everyone who doesn't know some of the things that Kathy does, the level of detail and the importance and the compliance that she goes through in dealing with things like public records requests and managing elected officials and electeds, on behalf of the residents and very much on behalf of all the elected officials. How many elections did you run, Kathy? 8 elections. That's a lot of elected officials, and many more who ran and didn't get elected. You managed all of that on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much for what you've done to support us and support City Hall and providing great services to our residents. So very briefly, because most of this stuff has been said, I just want to say that now and therefore be it resolved, I, Jamie Federico, the mayor of the city of Dana Point, on behalf of the city council and the citizens of Dana Point, express our heartfelt appreciation to Gail Rosine and to Kathy Ward for their exemplary service to the citizens of Dana Point, and wish you both a happy retirement. Gail, anytime you want to come back and come give a speech, you are absolutely welcome. But since you are not here, we'll spare you doing it by phone. Kathy, the floor is yours.
Well, as it's all been said, almost 32 years. Literally, Dana Point's been my daytime family for half of my life. And that's a long time. Oh, got a chance. Our daughter, who's now 28, she went to Dana Hills High School. That was awesome. It was great to see her grow up right here. One of the funny things I have to just mention is, oh my gosh, she was in, driving and learning how to drive. Oh my gosh, I have my big Yukon. And every day, my lunchtime, I would take her home and she would drive. And I would grip my, the arms, because I was worried that either we would run a car over on the right or she would take the median out. But yes, it was fun times. My daytime family means a lot to me. all of the people at this dais, all of the council members I've worked with are amazing. The staff, to me, is the best in any city that you can see. I've worked with a lot of cities. I've seen them, but there's none better than the way it's run here. That's why it's so hard to leave, because the staff is so wonderful, the council is wonderful, and I get to work with all of them. And as the new council members come in with election time, I get to meet them first, which is a great honor. I just want to say thank you to, there's several employees that I've worked with in the past. It's in the audience. Thank you for coming here tonight. That was really special. And all these awards that I got tonight, oh my gosh, didn't expect that. Very gracious, very honored. It's the customer service. It's a favorite part of my job. I probably said that I don't know how many times in the paper that Lillian got me for. That really nice article that Lillian wrote. Thank you very much. But that's why it's hard to leave. That's why I love staying here. I get to work with the wonderful residents. It's my favorite part of the job, and it's hard to leave. So you're going to see me around, and I'm probably going to drag those two little puppies in with me too. And they are, oh, they're something else. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council, and all the staff that are here. Really appreciate all the kind words. Thank you. Oh, and there's my husband over there. I guess I should say kudos to him.
All right. Congratulations again to Gail and Kathy. Thank you all. We have to next get to our public hearing. Mr. City Attorney, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's
Okay.
a requirement for this districting item that we set it for a time certain and that it was 6:45. And so as soon as we finish
Okay.
the item we were on, we have to go to this.
Okay, so in the interest of complying with that, just a quick admin note, we are going to take item 16 now in order to meet that timeline for a public hearing. And then we are going to take, when we get there, item number 19 ahead of item number 18, just in the interest of they're similarly related. I feel like any public speakers who might be here will be here for both. And item number 19 has a lot of people here to brief it. So we're going to take those two items out of order. With that being said, item number 16, districting public hearing with a recommended action that the city council hold a public hearing regarding the state mandated redistricting process pursuant to elections code 21607, 21607.1. Is it Mr. City Manager or Mr. City Attorney? Mr. City Attorney, do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as soon as I can pull it up. Got it. Okay. So the California state law requires that in a city that has gone to district elections, as the city of Dana Point has, that every 10 years after the census comes out, we have to go through the process again, for the purpose of called rebalancing the districts. There's a rule that the population or the registered voters, I should say, of each district have to be relatively the same. In order to accomplish that, we wait till we get the census data. We don't have the census data yet. That won't be officially out until late August, early September, we're told. Part of the rule that we have to follow is that we have to have 4 hearings on the item. 2 of the hearings are to be without maps, where we just basically present the issue and get input from the public. Then the final 2 are hearings where we will have proposed maps, or perhaps a proposed map if we get down to that point. It works for us that we don't have the census data yet because we're just in a position to kind of gather data. We're also on a short time frame. We have to have all this done by April 4th. And so we started the process last month. This is our second hearing. We don't have any new maps to present yet. This is really just an opportunity to really take public comment, hear any comments the council may have. And with that, we have a representative from NDC here who will present a slide presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Is this working? Yes. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council and city staff. My name is Todd Tatum with National Demographics Corporation. And like Patrick said, every 10 years we go through this process. Any city within the state of California that is by district election, we have to review the districts, make sure they're in balance. And as you can see, I'll lay out now the redistricting process. Like Patrick said, we have 2 initial hearings. The first one was June 23rd. This is the second of the 4th. The first 2 are basically held to educate the council, the staff, the public on what we do, how we're going to receive the data, how that's going to be disseminated and put into maps. On the October 19th meeting, which will be the 3rd meeting, we hope that we will have the full census data available. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, the US Census data is coming out mid-August. However, in the state of California, California will take that data and they have to do what they call their prisoner adjusted numbers. And that will not be available to any of us in the state of California until early October and could be mid-October. So any draft maps that we develop prior to that will just be that, just pure draft and on speculation and estimation. So there are a few redistricting rules and goals, and those of you who've been through this, and you all went through it just 2 years ago with your districting process, there's laws and criteria that we have to adhere to. The first are the federal laws, which are equal protection. We have to follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, and there can be no racial gerrymandering. Second are the new state of California laws, and they are ranked in order how we have to approach them. Number 1, the districts must be geographically contiguous. Number 2, we have to look for undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. I'll explain that a little bit later. Number 3, we have to make sure that the districts have easily identifiable boundaries, which mean main thoroughfares, main roads. If you had rivers or mountains, that could be an identifiable boundary. And 4th, the districts need to be compact. Means that we can't reach around and try to put groups of people from other areas into one district. We need to make the districts as compact as possible. In addition, the state law also requires that we not look at any partisanship or any political party registration or affiliation. And as you'll note in all the data that we produce for you, we do not show any party registration or party affiliation on any of the citizens of Dana Point. Third are the more traditional redistricting principles that we like to follow, and that is to minimize the shift of voters to different districts. Those voters who are in the districts now, we want to do as little as possible to move them to a new district. With that in mind, that means we want to respect the voters' choices and the continuity in office. We also want to identify any future population growth that might occur and how that could affect the districts for the next 10 years. And like I said, with respecting the voters' choices, we want to strive to preserve the core of the existing districts as best as we can. So here is some demographic summary of your existing districts. On the top, you'll see the 2020 estimated data that we've come up with. Like I said, we don't have the final census data yet, but this estimate should be fairly close to what we think the final numbers will be. We do have the final Voting Rights Act analysis, and that you'll see that under the citizens voting age population. Those percentages will hold those same numbers all throughout your redistricting process. And that reflects the population of the age of 18 and over that has US citizenship. And in looking at the estimates, we're confident that these estimates are going to be very close to your final numbers that we receive in October's. And what these numbers show is that the city overall is roughly the same population as it was 10 years ago. It looks like there will only be minor adjustments necessary to bring all your districts into compliance. After we get those final numbers in October, we'll be able to show you what the current deviation is. We currently estimate the deviation to be 15.6%. You'll see that under the 2020 estimates. But we need the final numbers to be under 10%. And one of the things that we're going to check, first of all, when we get the final numbers in from the state, is to see if your districts are already under 10%, which they very well may be. But in districts of your size, a difference of 100 people could be enough to swing the district into a plan that would not be a legal plan. Thus, we do have to make sure that the districts are all under that desired percentage. Next, we have the Voting Rights Act. And according to the Voting Rights Act, we must identify any concentration of protected classes. And those are the list of the protected classes that they have listed up there. In Dana Point, we found no significant concentration of Latinos, African Americans, Asian American, or Native Americans. As you'll see on the map, the purple and blue shaded areas reflect no concentration of the groups named above 25%. There's a small pink block that you can see sort of in the middle that's a long rectangle that looks big, but in reality, that pink block has only 3 people in it. So we do not have to worry about that. As I mentioned before, we want to define your neighborhoods, and that's where the city council and the public can really give the most input. We look at your neighborhoods and we're trying to figure out exactly where your communities are. And we want all of you to come out and help define what those are like you did 2 years ago. Beyond the neighborhoods, we need to define communities of interest. We asked what your neighborhoods are, what your community of interest are for 2 reasons. First, the law requires us to ask this. And second, we also want to emphasize that if we do have to make changes in the current districts to get them into balance, what are the best places to make those small adjustments? We want to make sure that we don't divide any current neighborhood or community of interest if we don't have to. Beyond the neighborhoods into your communities, we also think of communities of interest as shared geographical areas, homeowners associations, areas influenced by the same roads, things that we may think of as traditionally bringing a neighborhood or community together. So with all that, you will have the ability to use the story map, which will be online. As you can see at the end, there's a dedicated website for the city of Dana Point. And what the story map does, it allows you to look at basic socioeconomic characteristics like income, percent of renters in graphic form, and that will help you form a map. You can enter all that. It's very easy to use, very similar to PowerPoint, and it will overlay the map after we have the draft maps in. After the draft maps are in, there will be this online application tool where you'll be able to review the different maps in the current districts as well as any proposed revision to the current districts once we get all that data in October. And we look at all the revisions to the current districts if necessary, and these maps will be available to you all in an interactive review process on the website. So basically, the first stage of this process are these two public hearings, this being the second one, where we want to get the conversation going on how your current districts work within your city. If you believe there needs to be any adjustments or changes to your current districts. We also need your input into defining your neighborhoods and communities of interest and where it'll be best to make any changes, should there have to be changes in your current district maps. This is the contact information, the dedicated website, the city's phone number, and the email to submit your comments, questions, and suggestions. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions from the council or staff. And I thank you again for allowing us to be part of this process, and we look forward to working with you for the next several months. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we open the public hearing, council members, do you have any questions for NDC? Councilmember Flora?
I do, Mr. Mayor, thanks. Can you put the slides back up, please? I think it's slide 4, the one that had all the different breakdowns of each district of the estimated numbers, I should say.
Okay.
So right here, and I know that this isn't the actual census, but let's say that it was, and let's say that these numbers were correct. I believe you said the deviation needed to, if it was less than 10%, then there is no need to change. So let's say that these numbers are completely accurate, and these are the actual numbers. The numbers that are shown right now, there would be no need.
No, the numbers that are shown right now show a 15.63% deviation.
But I'm talking about within each district. So within, I mean, clearly the balance is trying to get all of the districts somewhat close by population.
Correct.
What is the standard for somewhat close mean? So right now you've got District 5 that's within 10% of, I assume, is the norm. Is that within the standard or not? Is that too far out? Or am I reading that wrong?
I think you're kind of reading it wrong.
Okay.
Because we want all 5 to balance, and all 5 districts need to contain roughly 6,800 people to get it in balance based on these estimated numbers. So as you'll see, districts 1 and 2 then would lose people based on these numbers, as would District 4, and District 3 and 5 would have to gain more population to get it in balance.
Within 6,800 or plus or minus what?
It's got to be under 10% of deviation.
Got
total.
it. Okay. That was where I was. I thought, okay, so if these numbers are correct, then we would need to make a change.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, you would.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments? All right, thank you very much. We have 2 public comments, the first of which handed to me is Ms. Tony Nelson. Ms. Nelson, actually, before you go, we're running the meeting a little bit out of order to meet this time certain. I'm going to run through all the public comment, general comments real quick, if you don't mind, because we haven't done it yet. No, you can stand there, but we haven't done this yet. So just for everybody, for the rest of the night, there's a 3-minute limit for public comments, and overall time limit of 30 minutes for the general public comment section. At the mayor's discretion, the balance of public comments can be heard afterwards. For the entire night, all comments should be directed to the city council and should not consist of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum during their comment. State law prohibits the council from taking action on anything not on the agenda. Thanks. We just hadn't gotten that out of the way yet. The floor is yours, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tony Nelson, Capistrano Beach. In 2018, when districting suddenly came to Dana Point, citizens were shocked at how quickly they could be disenfranchised. Until then, each of us had 5 votes over 4 years and the right to have a say in who would represent us for all 5 council seats. Every council person was accountable to all citizens of Dana Point, not just their district. In the name of the ironically named California Voting Rights Act, we went from 5 votes to only 1. We were disenfranchised by 80%. Crazy. Being allowed to vote for only 1 district rep for our immediate area every 4 years. We could neither vote for nor recall any other council person. This was a huge loss of voters' rights, seemed undemocratic to most of us, and it affected every voter whether he or she was a member of the minority group CBRA was intended to protect or not. In the end, Dana Point was divided into 5 districts, and despite being a very clear community of interest with our own culture, identity, and even our own zip code, Capistrano Beach was determined to be too large, and we were divided into 2 districts. District 5, which encompassed the Palisades and eastern part of Doheny Village, and District 3, which absorbed the remainder of the village. Today, based on 2020 census data, it appears that Capo Beach is now too small. We have only 6,173 people, while the largest district, District 2, has 7,238, more than 1,000 more. The solution seems obvious: reunite Capo Beach by adding the rest of Doheny Village to District 5. If that's not sufficient population, add a few more from contiguous areas. It seems there will likely be a logical way to equalize all districts without breaking up communities of interest or HOAs. That should never happen again. There is one other option that I would like to see explored. Because we are a tiny city with only 34,000 people, it seems like 5 districts may simply be too many. While I'd love to see us go back to at-large elections, I know that's probably not realistic. However, it might make sense to divide the city into 4 equal areas, plus a mayor representing the entire city. We could ensure that each district has a portion of coast and inland areas to fairly represent both constituencies. Having an elected mayor would help to unite the city and give citizens at least 2 votes instead of 1. The city could be divided north to south into 4 districts: Monarch Beach, Lantern District, Central Dana Point, and Capo Beach, with everybody having some coastline, which would be pretty cool for all of us, with roughly equal populations in each area and a fairly equal distribution of coastal and inland to ensure that each district has a presence in and out of the coastal zone. I hope that you'll consider this option. Anything that gives residents more say in who is elected to represent them would be a good thing for democracy, and I think a good thing for Dana Point. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn Smith from Capo Beach.
Hi, good evening. My main point is also for the council members to please recognize the need of the residents for a 4 district plus mayor, to give us 2 votes. Seems more democratic, uniting the community when everybody gets to vote for mayor. Seems perfectly reasonable and responsible and fair. Uniting the community would be a great outcome, so we feel like we all have a say in what's happening instead of how we feel now. We have loss of voter rights, it appears to me. And since you guys are all working for us in the community, it seems like you would be more than happy to make that happen. We're very limited now on our efforts, and we need to have a city council that shares the views of the citizens, and a mayor elected by everybody could have us all work together, I think, in a more productive and friendly way. So the 4 district plus mayor, better democracy is what I see could happen for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, is that it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I will just say for the record, council members did receive a number of emails on the topic, which we have. But if there are no more further public comments, I will close the public hearing. There's no action item required on this, but do the council members have any comments or discussions? No? Okay. That finishes out the item. And it brings us back to the beginning of our agenda. Throw you for a loop, Madam Clerk, on your last night. You must hate this, that we're doing all this out of order. Reading of the ordinance titles. Do we have any ordinance titles to read tonight?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
All right, go for it.
There are two of them. They're first reading and introductions. They're for item number 18. First one is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Dana Point, California, approving General Plan Amendment GPA 20-0001, which amends the General Plan land use element by modifying the land use destination of commercial/residential and creating new land use designations of commercial/Main Street and commercial/industrial with changes to land use designations, development intensity, and residential density standards, and submission of GPA 20-001 as Local Coastal Program Amendment LCPA 20-0001, I may have sent the other one incorrectly, for approval and certification by the California Coastal Commission. And the second ordinance is another first reading and introduction of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Dana Point, California, approving zone text amendment ZTA 20-0001 and zone change ZC 20-0001 to establish Chapter 9+.14 Doheny Village districts of the zoning ordinance and to change the zoning district designations of the project area and submission as part of the Local Coastal Program Amendment LCPA 20-0001 for approval and certification by the California Coastal Commission, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, that brings us to the consent calendar. All the items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted by a single vote. No separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, public, or staff request that they be removed from consent calendar for separate action. Are there any items, Madam Clerk, to be removed by the public?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. City Manager, by the staff?
No, sir.
Council? No? Then I will move items 1 through, it's a long one, 15.
Second it.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Those items pass. Thank you. Brings us to general public comments. Matt, I've already read the notes. Madam Clerk, do we have any general public comments? Okay. Thank you so much. The first is Mr. Dean Clark from Capo Beach.
Live at 35101 Camino Capistrano, commonly known as, for better or worse, the Doheny House. As you travel off the 5 freeway, go west on Camino de Estrella, you go down a slight incline and the street ends in Camino Capistrano. There's a stop sign there. There's a blinking red light there. There's a street lamp that doesn't work. And over the past several years, there's been 6 incidences of people blasting through that stop sign, going over the curb, missing city structures that are there, and blasting into my yard, causing between $30,000 and $40,000 worth of damages. On each incident, I reported it to the city. The city has come out. They've seen what's going on. They've installed the flashing light. The last incident occurred about 2 weeks ago. To date, the liability and responsibility has been mine, and I'm tired of it. The street is very common for pedestrian traffic along the sidewalk, which puts people at risk of this happening again, which it will happen. My complaint comes with a suggestion. We need to put a barrier between the street, between Camino Capistrano and the sidewalk, because this will happen again. And to stop the car or truck from going across the sidewalk, potentially injuring someone, my opinion is the only solution is a guardrail. Number two is there's a little pocket park right there with an overlook that's commonly used. It's very common for people to visit the liquor store, which is 100 yards away, and then come and enjoy themselves on the overlook. After it gets dark, there is no light there. There is no way to observe what's happening from the main street. Bottles, cans get thrown into my yard, and they get thrown over the overlook down into the palisade below. Again, my suggestion or recommendation is we need to install a light that is downlit so that it doesn't disturb the adjacent neighborhood, but allows for more public view of that property after it gets dark, and perhaps better policing of the area. It's becoming a haven for e-bikes, motor scooters, skateboarders. They're congregating there, crossing over the pedestrian sidewalk as well. Your direct attention to this would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. And I know staff are aware, and we'll be in touch. Thank you. And Lynn Smith again.
I had two things I wanted to talk about. One is like the gentleman before me spoke about, I see it a lot in San Clemente and Dana Point. Excessive vehicle noise from illegal tailpipes, excessive speeding, donuts being done late at night in intersections. You can drive all over town and see the skid marks and the donut marks, and people unlawfully speeding, passing on the shoulder. In general, the behavior of motorists, bicyclists is deteriorated to a horrible level, in my opinion. And I don't know what you guys can do about it. San Clemente's horrible, and so is Dana Point. So to make it a better beach community where people want to come, I think you need to handle something a little bit differently. Talk amongst yourselves, come up with some fresh ideas about what to do and how the officers can help. Okay, so that's I see it as a big problem. At the outlets last Saturday where they have that cars and coffee, they ended up making all the signals that go in front of there, they were flashing so that all those guys couldn't race through all that down. So they had people at each saying with a stop sign saying stop. It's out of control. So I just hope you guys can consider that. The second thing I want to talk about is Kathy Ward. She has always helped me a lot, so encouraging and expert, but the friendliest person, encouraging me to go for different things when I was applying for the Arts Council, since I'm an art major and teach art myself. So Kathy, that's just for you, especially. So thank you for your service and for just for being you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, that wraps up. Madam Clerk, no more public comments, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. That wraps up our general public comments. Brings us to item number 17 tonight, the 2021 Weed Abatement Program. The recommended action is that the City Council conduct a public hearing on the weed abatement cost report and thereafter adopt the attached resolution confirming the cost report and providing for the collection on the regular tax bill. The resolution would be entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of Dana Point, California, confirming the cost of abatement and providing for the collection of the regular tax bill. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Rossler.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Try and keep this brief. On February 2nd, 2021, The city council adopted 2 resolutions for the citywide weed abatement program. One authorized staff to go out and abate weeds, and the other authorized a report to come to city council for detailing the abatement costs. This is that report in front of you. There's 3 kind of objectives with this report. One is a confirmation of the costs that's set forth in Exhibit A for you. The city is asking to recoup over $5,200 for the work and staff time for the abatement at 6 properties. The second objective allows the affected property owners to raise any concerns tonight. And the third objective requires the city clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution to the county assessor, county tax collector, and county auditor. I'm here to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rossler, I'm looking at the addresses here and the property owners, and they seem to jump up. They look the same every year. I mean, this Long Beach Development LLC, is that new? Because
That is new.
That's a new one?
They always seem to look the same to me as well.
Right.
And so I confirmed today. And these are all new from last year,
Okay.
but they have been, reoccurring in prior years, just not from last year.
Okay. All right. Because that was my question. And how do we address multiple offenders on this? Or is this just cheaper for them to let us abate these weeds than it is for them to do something?
It is not, we recoup our administrative fees and our staff time. These aren't reoccurring. So we had pretty good luck. We had 9 properties last year and they all abated their weeds this year. We had 6 properties this year. I can't tell you why they failed.
Okay. I just wonder because like you just look very familiar to me. So, all right. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? So Mr. City Attorney, this is also a public hearing, correct? We will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments?
I do not.
All right, the public hearing is closed. Council?
I'll move the item.
Okay. Second? Any discussion? No? Madam Clerk, would you like to call for the vote?
Love to, if you'd like. Councilmember Frost.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Villar.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Vixoric.
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Aye.
5-0 consensus.
Thank you very much. As item number 16 is already completed, that will bring us to item number 18, which again, I'm sorry, we're taking out of order. We'll do item number 19 next. Before we do, a couple of quick administrative notes. I must recuse myself from these last 2 items. Mayor Pro Tem Miller will run the balance of the meeting. I think before we do that, we should probably take a 5-minute recess, just because give Mayor Pro Tem Miller a chance to get set up here, and because it's going to go a little bit long, and rather than interrupt those items, we'll take that now. So we will be back at 7:27.
Got everybody? All right. Okay, it's 7:29. We're a couple minutes late, but we'll go ahead and reconvene the, what's the date today? The July 20th meeting of the Dana Point City Council. Our next item is the Sarah Siding Project. Mr. Kilbrew, do we have a staff report?
Just briefly, Matt, if you want to tee it up.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So there's a number of people here from OCT and Metrolink to brief the council on the Sarah Siding project. I know there's been a lot of conversation about it. So we have provided some information in the staff report. All that information is current. And again, OCT and Metrolink will provide additional information tonight. If you have any questions of city staff, let us know.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, we would go to public comment, but we're going to go ahead and take the presentation first. Then we'll go to public comments. So who do we have? I know we have a whole list of people here. I know Jennifer Bergner is here. She's the deputy CEO of OCTA. I don't know that she's presenting, but we have a lot of people from OCTA and Metrolink. And I believe, Justin, are you going to be doing the presentation?
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Justin Fornelli. I'm the Chief of Program Delivery at Metrolink, responsible for all the capital projects at Metrolink. I have a co-presenter with me, Kalina North. She's from OCTA, and she is the outreach manager for the Sarah Siding. As you mentioned, we also have Jennifer Bergner, the Deputy CEO for OCTA, and Jim Beal, the Executive Director for Capital Programs from OCTA. A number of other technical staff are also here to support. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak back to this project. I'm actually really excited to be back in South Orange County. I used to live down here. I actually taught my children to surf over at Doheny Beach. So it's really good to be back in this beautiful community. So the Sarah Siding project is part of Metrolink's Southern California Optimized Rail Expansion Program, and what we call is our SCORE program. And this program is a $10 billion plan, and it helps address the growing population and transportation needs throughout all of Southern California. And this is the 6 counties that we operate throughout Southern California. Of that $10 billion plan, we've currently secured just over $2 billion. And part of those projects sprinkled throughout all of Southern California include the Sarah Siding project. This project is being led jointly between Metrolink and OCTA. So Metrolink is the lead agency for the environmental clearance, completing the design and the construction, while OCTA is the lead agency for public outreach and acquiring any right-of-way that might be needed for the project. So with this map, you can see a high-level view of the scope of the project, the length of the project, and it essentially provides a siding track, a second track, extending from the existing track we have, second track in the north there, going from Victoria Boulevard to Deep Beach Road, all within the city of Dana Point. And so this project spans about 1.2 miles. So some of the other key aspects of the project, right now based on our preliminary design, the project estimate is at $50 million, and that will be further refined as our design progresses. As I mentioned, this is 1.2 miles of siding track, and it connects to an existing siding that's 1.8 miles long. And so what's key to that is we're going to have basically, with the implementation of this project, 3 miles of track that allows trains to pass one another. Just south of here, we have about 9 miles of single track that goes all the way down to San Onofre.
Excuse me, Mr. Fernelli, could you explain the difference between a siding and a double track?
Sure. I guess double track would be for an extended location for several miles, 10, 20, 30 miles of track moving in both directions. A siding track is a shorter segment. Sorry, I kind of use it interchangeably at times. This is specifically a siding track, so I apologize for that.
But a double track is for high-speed rail in both directions, correct? Where a siding track it's a slower speed to allow trains to pass each other.
Yes, I think the idea with this siding track is that we are trying to time our trains so that they don't have to slow down to pass each other. There is, some slowing, I guess, for divergent movement to go through a switch to get over to that siding. But for the most part, we want to try and maintain our our operational speeds.
Thank you.
So, as I was mentioning, 9 miles south of this location is single track, and that is really a choke point for services, both for Metrolink services and for the Amtrak Pacific Surfliner service going through this area. A couple of the other key components of this project, about 70% of the cost of this project is associated with safety improvements and the replacement of the bridge that's shown in this picture. This structure is the railroad bridge going over the Coast Highway. It's over 90 years old and it has reached the end of its useful life. And so a big part of this project is to replace this structure with a new structure that has 2 tracks on it. We'll also be adding fencing along the Coast Highway to provide safety, ensure that we keep people away from the tracks and not wandering onto the tracks. And then we're also going to have a couple retaining walls here at this structure, and then also some additional culverts. So some of the project benefits, as I mentioned, this project enhances safety. That's through the replacement of the bridge and some of the fencing. The other thing is that this project reduces emissions. And Metrolink and Amtrak provide alternative transportation to riding your car. And I think that's key for us as traffic continues to increase, the population grows throughout the region, but particularly here in South Orange County area, to get people off the roads, get them out of cars and deal with traffic on I-5, Pacific Coast Highway, and other arterial streets. I think one of the key things, at a recent survey that we had with our riders, 85% of our riders use car or have a car and choose to use Metrolink. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to continue to make this a attractive choice for people to get out of their cars. So this project does this in 2 ways. First off, it helps with our reliability. It goes back to that choke point that I talked about previously. If we have a delayed train, when you have these longer choke points, that has a ripple effect of delaying trains throughout the entire system. And so when people can't get to work on time or get home on time, we're not reliable. They don't necessarily want to use us. And so these type of siding tracks allows for that additional redundancy and reliability for our system. The other piece of this is planning for the future, which is the next item here. And it basically helps us to, this project will help us to address travel demands for future growth in population and employment. So that we're looking to expand and add trains to this line. And then finally, this project creates jobs. Combined with other SCORE projects, this will generate economic prosperity for Orange County and the Southern California region as a whole. We completed an economic impact analysis and looking at impacts or the benefits of our SCORE program throughout the entire Metrolink system, and specifically within Orange County, identified that this project would create, or the SCORE program within Orange County would create over 24,000 jobs and $4.9 billion in GDP by 2028. By 2050, that goes up to just under 400,000 jobs and $173 billion in GDP. And that's, I do want to point out, that is through growth in construction, employment, and increase in regional labor access. All these results in labor income and strengthening of the regional economic output. So for our project schedule, we really are in the initial phases of this project. We're just really getting it kicked off with, we're in the environmental stage and the preliminary design stage. In February, early February, we put out a notice of preparation, issued that to the public and public agencies in the area. And what that NOP does, the notice of preparation, is it notifies agencies and the public that we are planning to create an environmental impact report to assess this project further. And it basically allows for the community and public agencies to comment on the project, and so that we can understand what concerns might be, what impacts might be, so that we can really analyze those and try and mitigate for those. In addition to with the release of the NOP, we held a scoping meeting later in February, and the comment period has been extended. Was originally going to close in April. We've extended that to the end of July. And so the comment period, a deadline is July 31st of this year. So as I mentioned, the comments that we receive from the public and from the public agencies will help us craft the EIR. We'll look at what studies, technical studies we really need to take a look at, what mitigation measures we might have to implement, those sorts of things. And so really that's where later, I guess in early 2022, we will come back with a draft EIR, and that will basically present these technical studies and how we plan on mitigating impacts that we've identified. There will also be holding a public meeting as part of that release. And then we plan, once we get comments on the draft EIR, we'll take those back, address those, and complete a final EIR, which we're anticipating to have wrapped up middle of 2022. If the project decides to move forward based on that final EIR, we will then move into the final design phase, permitting, and construction. And so with our current schedule, we would look that construction would start in possibly early 2025 and last about 2 years. So based on the NOP and some of the community meetings that we've held, we have received a number of comments from the community. I wanted to highlight some of those that are have been common and are of concern. The first has to do with a needs assessment. And this project and the overall SCORE program has been identified in several regional planning documents. This includes the California State Rail Plan, the Southern California Association of Governments Connect SoCal Plan, the Amtrak Pacific Surfliner Service Development Plan. In addition to these broad-ranging plans, we've also done a lot of internal modeling using our railroad traffic controller modeling to look at the locations throughout our system with the service improvements we want to make of where we need to put these sidings. These models are pretty robust. They take into our train operating characteristics. They run the trains, in this electronic model throughout our system, and it identifies where you have conflicts or impacts. And so that's where we end up identifying where we have these siding locations. And it is a very much of an iterative process. We have to take into account, cost of the projects, environmental constraints, those sorts of things to really try and find the best location for these siding locations. One of the things that we've heard about is a new train station potentially in the Dana Point area. OCTA is going to be kicking off a study to look at that. It's their South County Rail Access Study. I think this was funded just with this fiscal year, so I think they will be moving forward with that here shortly. We've also heard concerns about erosion of the coastline. We're very aware of that. I know some of the beaches here in Dana Point have been lost to erosion, and we'll be looking at that as part of the environmental document as well. Finally, is the alternative project options. As part of that EIR process, we will be looking to study alternative project options, including a no-build scenario. The no-build scenario will study the impacts if the project is not implemented, in addition to other options that are coming out of the comments that we're receiving from the public. And that's why I think it's so important that we get those comments from the public. It's part of the reason why we've extended the comment period. We want to make sure that we're capturing all of the concerns from the community so that we can address those effectively in the EIR. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kalina to talk a little bit about some of the next steps with the public meetings.
Thank you, Justin. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I'd like to move on to the next slide. Okay. So we like to just remind folks that this project is still active, and as Justin had indicated, we would like to reiterate the importance of the comment period. That comment period is extended again through Saturday, July 31st. This was as a result of a substantial amount of comments received from the community. Typically, during this process, a comment period is generally about 30 days, but again, given the community sensitivities of the project, as well as the high level of interest from community members, Metrolink and OCTA have proceeded with extending this well beyond the 30 days. So the scoping period is first of several formal opportunities for community engagement, and that's why, again, it's so important to reiterate the importance of this. We encourage the community to review the NOP and provide their initial input on the scope of the project. Formal comments are only accepted in writing, and there's a couple of methods to provide that information, either through email, through sarahsighting@octa.net, or in mail by letter through to Chris Haskell. He is our SCORE Deputy Project Manager at the address provided in the slide. Okay, so OCTA and Metrolink have a comprehensive communications plan and collaborative approach to community engagement. Earlier this year, we sent email notifications to over 100 subscribers, as well as project postcards to over 18,000 residents and businesses in the communities of Dana Point and Capistrano Beach to inform them about the project, as well as the NOP comment period. We also met with a number of key stakeholders in the community, including the Doheny Village Merchants Association, the Village Group, as well as Capo Cares and a number of hotel operators. So we will continue to engage the community by informing them about the project, as well as the process as they evolved. Once the DEIR and the FEIR are available, we'll continue to engage the community as well about those documents once they're available. And then continue our stakeholder briefings that we initiated back earlier this year with those core key stakeholders, as I mentioned. Around the same time, when the DER is released, we intend to hold a public meeting. And again, that would be anticipated to occur sometime in early 2022. So this last slide essentially provides the different methods a community member can stay engaged with the project. The primary source of information is on our project webpage at octa.net/Sarah Sighting. Certainly, we welcome any emails from the community. If they have questions about the project or the process, they can certainly call us as well. We have a group of team on standby to take all those calls. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kalina. Ms. North, with that, I'm going to open up the public comment, and we'll bring you back up to answer questions after our public comment section. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments? How many do we have? Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay. Our first speaker tonight is Tony Nelson. Sorry.
I believe I'm the first one on this topic. Tony's the wrap-up.
Okay, sorry about the confusion. We had your speaker slips out of order here. Our first speaker tonight will be Buck Hill.
Hi, I'm Buck Hill, longtime Capistrano Beach resident, and we're going to talk in 4 segments here on the Sierra siding. One of the problems is we question that there's a need for this siding. The trains running 2 years ago were double the number today. There were 53 passenger trains a day between Amtrak and Metrolink. Now they're down to way less than half of that, 26. So we looked at the information presented and said, this didn't talk about why you need more sidings. Where are all the trains coming from that have to pass? The trains have been reduced dramatically. And as we looked at those various things, they didn't really answer that question. Metrolink also provided a lot of information about the demographics of who's riding this train and how they contribute. That didn't help us understand, why do you need more trains? And there were these other plans. None of these really assessed the need for the train and how the trains were being used. LoSan is the Amtrak service called the Pacific Surfliner, and it runs more trains than Metrolink. So they do the the heavy lifting, if you will, on passenger trains. And they did a study that said a lot of things, many of them were way inaccurate. For example, they said there would be a 34% increase in the Orange County population between 2011 and 2020. Just this first 10 years of that period, 30-year period, it's been 2.3%. And if anything, it does not seem to be accelerating. It seems to be slowing down. So it doesn't seem like population is going to go up. Losan also pointed out there were a lot of potential problems. Here's the actual number of riders on these trains. Now, this is on the Metrolink trains only. This is for 10 years there, and the flatness you see is from 2011 to 2019. This is not growing. Right now, the ridership is something in the neighborhood of 300 passengers per day on Metrolink's trains. There are 14 trains a day. It's almost nobody. We look in the trains and they're empty, 3%, something like that. Now, partially that's because of the slowdown in the COVID effects.
Mr. Chair, that's your 3 minutes. Could you wrap up with your final comments?
I'm finished.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Kim Tarantino.
Okay, I'm Kim Tarantino, a resident of Capistrano Beach, and the negative impacts of the Sarah Siding project are far greater than the positive impacts. So who is negatively impacted? Just about everyone and everything in the area. We recognize these hotels along Pacific Coast Highway. There are 7 of them, and with 608 visitor accommodations. There are 7 hotels on Pacific. Oh, it does make a difference. 7 hotels on Pacific Coast Highway with 608. The hotels plus the campground, 608 visitor accommodations. When the quiet zone is suspended, and that's when the trains will be blowing their horns, 2 long, 1 short, 1 long, at approximately 11 p.m., 2 a.m., 5 a.m. That will be affecting those 608 visitor accommodations. I'm sure that will not get them 5-star reviews. This photo is taken from Sunset's very popular bar in PCH. It is one of many businesses on PCH and in the construction zone. So let's just visualize that view with a train parked there instead of seeing the ocean. So this issue is not just about a couple hundred Palisade Bluff-top residents. This will affect Doheny Village as well as the greater Palisades area. The Doheny Village redevelopment plan is ready to be launched, and it's very good news. As these disruptions take place, though, the Doheny Village merchants and the residents will bear the brunt. And yes, the noise issue. So we're talking about 110 decibels. That's it again, at 11 p.m., 2 a.m., 5 a.m. A gas leaf blower is 106. So we're talking about noise, fumes, dust. And more importantly, we have over 1 million people that visit our beaches. We are losing this beach. Why in the world would you put another track on this beach? So per the 2019 report issued by OCTA, the single track just south of us in San Clemente is only 20 to 50 feet from the current shoreline. So we are here now. This is not some image from the far future. Another track is going to bring the trains too close. Imagine another track in this photo, another train in this photo. This is too close to the 608 visitor accommodations, too close to pedestrians on the stairs to the overpass, too close to pedestrians on the adjacent sidewalk, too close to beachgoers, just too close. That is it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Nick Tarantino, please.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Nick Tarantino, longtime resident of Capistrano Beach. One of the things that we really wanted to talk about and discuss is why alternative locations, although we heard a little bit earlier today, why alternative locations to the Sarah siding, proposed Sarah siding, have not been discussed. We believe there are some really attractive options. We know that this OCTA's report that the potential for flood risks, bluff failures, sea level rise, and other issues must be addressed to continue train operations. Beach erosion and sea level rise are occurring at a much faster pace than has been predicted. And over the last 8 years, the pace seriously escalated, for which our beaches and adjacent parking lots can attest. Because of these changes, the California Coastal Commission has recommended a study to evaluate siting relocation options with multiple alternatives. A permanent and much better alternative was proposed by the OCTA to build a 9.6-mile rail tunnel from San Onofre to Avenida Aeropuerto in San Juan Capistrano. Does a $50 million expenditure to add siding to the proposed location make any sense? This is happening right now. The need for additional siding has really not been established. However, if in fact the need does exist, sidings are usually located in industrial and commercial or other low impact applications. There are currently 2.2 miles of double track that run north from Victoria Boulevard, and this siding does not impact residents, beachgoers, or visitors serving businesses. It parallels the 5 and abuts those business areas. Let's go to the next slide, because here what we see, and I hope you can see that, but in red is the proposed siding, in blue is the existing 2.2 mile siding north of Victoria Boulevard. There then is a 1/3 mile of single track shown in yellow that exists between it and the other half-mile siding just north of that, or south of San Juan Capistrano. If deemed necessary, roughly 3 miles of continuous siding is feasible in low-impact industrial areas. Additionally, the OCTA is replacing the bridge over San Juan Creek, and the OCTA is leaving the foundations available for the second track. So if a siding is deemed necessary, why place it in a high-impact area and an eroding shoreline? Alternatives have few impacts and coincide with potential rerouting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. Tony.
I'm going the wrong way. Okay, you can start me now. Hi, I'm Tony Nelson, Capistrano Beach. Bottom line, we've looked at this for several months now from every angle, and we don't see why we should be doing this. And no benefit. First of all, on TOT for hotels, we're already down 50%. This is going to hurt us again commercially. Our sales tax revenue will decline during the perhaps beyond. The development along the PCH corridor will probably be stalled, especially during construction. And there are environmental impacts that are severe. And it has quality of life impacts on just about everybody. Our visitors, our beachgoers, all of us. We in Dana Point enjoy these beautiful coastal views. And this little stretch in Capistrano Beach allows people that are just driving along PCH to look over their shoulder and look at Capistrano Bay. Wouldn't you rather look at this than to look at trains and have the debris and the dust and everything else from the construction? Why would we impact that? That's our treasure in Dana Point. Here's our mission statement as a city: to set the standard for an extremely livable city. We talk about increasing property values, increasing business activity, and improving public health and safety. The Sarah siding does exactly the opposite. It doesn't meet any of your goals or your mission. Why would we harm our own businesses, visitors, and residents? This is Capo Beach along Doheny, actually, below our bluffs, on a typical July weekend afternoon. Look at how close all the cars are to the railroad right away. They start right at that fender bumper. And then our teeny tiny beach in behind there. This is fragile coastal property that we have been trying to protect. Why would we put an industrial siding here? It makes no sense. There are no benefits at all. Dana Point has tried for mitigations. They've been talking about an underpass in Doheny Village, but OCTA tells us there's no funding for that. The Dana Point will have to pay for it. Same with sidewalk improvements. And there's a train station, but that's going to be studied further. People seem to think that this has something to do with the siding. It does not. It has nothing to do with this $50 million project. And I think a lot of people are confused about thinking that somehow this is going to mitigate for what's happening in Capitol Beach along our corridor. And even if these things were possible, how on earth do they assuage the sacrifices you're asking for us along the PCH corridor? You don't throw us under the bus to give benefits in another area. It's just not fair. So Sarah siding is basically not justified. It has a dubious needs assessment, and your population data is obscenely out of date. Demand has been flat since 2010. You have capacity that's so low that you could increase it 30 times before you have to add another car, let alone another train or a siding. The impacts are huge and they're unacceptable. So we're asking you to stand up to OCTA and Metrolink to support us and oppose the Sarah siding. Stand with Dana Point businesses, visitors, and residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Our next speaker is Rick Doheny.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Rich Heine. I live in Turtle Beach. I've been a real estate investor and businessman all my life. I'm accustomed to looking at costs and benefits of a project to determine whether it's worth an investment. No matter how I look at this $50 million Sierra siding project, all I see are costs and more costs, no benefits. The siding will cost hotels, restaurants, and other businesses a lot of lost revenue. And how long it will take their customers to return after 2 years of disruption, only to look at trains idling along PCH instead of our beautiful beach. It will cost 1 million beach visitors an unpleasant day at the beach where dust, train horns, debris interfere with the fun family outing. It will cost residents 2 years of sleepless nights and a disrupt days of train horns blaring and dust settling on their windows and homes. It will cost us a lot of lost views, disruption, noise, and debris. And according to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, it will even cost the health of our fish, nesting birds, and creekside animals. And who will benefit? Well, I can't quite figure that out. Metrolink, which is asking for this project, has almost empty trains. Seriously, passengers represent only 3% of the capacity right now, and not much more than pre-pandemic. There's plenty of room for the purported increase of ridership if they materialize. And I say if, because those ridership numbers have been pretty flat over 10 years, and the population numbers you are projecting are grossly overstated. It doesn't take a businessman to know that this is a bad deal for taxpayers. That grant money you're using doesn't fall from the sky. It comes from the wallets of hardworking California residents. Please spend it wisely. Replace the 100-year-old bridge over PCH, of course. But if you can really justify a siding, it simply makes sense to add the double tracking to an area that already exists to the north, giving you 3 miles of passing lanes in industrial areas. It simply makes no sense to do so much damage to Dana Point's economy and our coastal development. And I sure wouldn't want to be one of the business owners that owns the hotels or the restaurants that look out over Doheny Beach right now. This is going to decimate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. Our next speaker is Betty Hill.
Thank you. I'm Betty Hill, a resident of Capistrano Beach. Please consider for a moment the huge potential of the PCH corridor along the coast in Capistrano Beach. Here there is an opportunity to develop new hotels and restaurants that would attract countless visitors and residents. From these locations, people would enjoy expansive, unobstructed views of the ocean and gorgeous sunsets. Beach access is convenient. Recreational opportunities abound. Thousands of beachgoers would have easy access to the new restaurants. Dana Point would benefit from limitless TOT, sales tax revenue, increased property values, and Dana Point will become a highly desirable destination. This stretch of PCH is a valuable asset to Dana Point. Few parts of Orange County allow passengers in their cars to enjoy ocean views. Redevelopment and new development on vacant lots is finally beginning. After years of suffering from excessive train horn noise that stifled the hotel industry in the area, the hotels are recovering and are now providing a considerable amount of TOT to the city. Having commercial train use in this area as desired by Metrolink will have a huge negative impact on TOT and on development, including adding more restaurants and hotels. In the PRA reports provided by Metrolink, the city requested that Metrolink lower the rail alignment, recognizing that views would be obstructed, although Metrolink denied the request. Doheny Village and Del Prado are to be developed as multi-storied residential apartment and condo districts. We support that. But this PCH corridor has an opportunity to rival the harbor as the most profitable commercial center of the city. The City Council should not support the Sarah Siding project that would jeopardize the potential for Dana Point to utilize this most valuable asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Our next speaker is Julie Eros.
Good evening. My name is Julie Eros, and I live in Capel Beach. As you know, both residents and visitors of Dana Point enjoy magnificent views of the Pacific coastline. This is especially true in Capistrano Beach, where huge open vistas are available from the Palisades, from our 3 public parks, and from our public roads. Our stretch along Pacific Coast Highway offers a range of glimpses of unobstructed beach. The City of Dana Point's zoning code, section 9.05.70, states that it will protect public views. The code states that it will protect, quote, protect the coastal and scenic overlooks from public lands identified in the general plan, unquote. It includes recommendations to avoid impacts on coastal views from public lands and states that this would typically, quote, include beaches, parks, and open space. The area to be developed by OCTA as the Sierra Siding has a direct impact on public views from Pines Park, Gazebo, and Louise Leyden parks. It impacts views for over 1 million annual beach owners, beach goers. Yeah, they might as well own the beach, right? Not to mention visitors to our soon-to-be 7 hotels and our 7,000 residents. And it definitely impacts views for the many people who drive, walk, or bicycle along the busy PCH corridor every day. Very few towns offer the opportunity to simply drive down PCH and look at this ocean. This view is precious, and it belongs to everyone. Trains stored or idling on tracks will impact these views. 2 years' worth of noisy, dusty, ugly construction will impact views. On behalf of the people of Capistrano Beach and the public at large, I'm asking you to enforce your codes and protect our views. Thank you.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Eros. Our next speaker is Debbie Levin.
Hi, I'm Debbie Winston Levin, and I'm a recent resident in Capo Beach. At the April 20th City Council meeting, which I attended, we denied residents the opportunity to speak and alert Dana Point community of the major objections to the Sarah Siding project, although the project was listed on the meeting agenda. The meeting on this topic was postponed till tonight. Excuse me, I'm nervous. And then the new deadline to submit comments is just a week away. There was no opportunity to update the community or to gather groups to discuss this. And that's caused a lot of confusion in the neighborhood, I think. This was brought up earlier, but since OCTA and Metrolink representatives are here, I'd like to ask them to answer this question. Are other concessions being offered in Doheny Village to encourage the city to accept the impacts of the Sarah Siding on the PCH corridor? Because it just seems unreasonable that this project is even being considered. Sarah Siding is an outdated one-size-fits-all approach that seems inappropriate to address rail transportation conditions in South Orange County. We have a low ridership demand that's not cost-effective, and it has serious environmental factors that threaten the future operations. And the current demographic trends, as have been brought out, don't support the huge growth in train ridership projected by the LoCen report. Since the pandemic, a lot of companies are letting people work remotely. The effects of the work from home trend are predicted to have huge consequences for mass transit. A growing number of Californians are reaching retirement age. I can attest to that. And they won't be commuting. Autonomous and electric vehicle technologies are on the edge of explosive growth. Metrolink is already seeing the effects of these factors. It is on track to be unable to meet even its worst case scenarios for ridership projections in 2021 and beyond. Metrolink cites the 2028 Olympic Games in LA in its promotional materials, but are 2.5 weeks of Olympic Games in LA reasonable justification for spending $50 million for a second railroad siding in Dana Point? Sarah Siding will hurt Dana Point's environment, its businesses, the tourists, the residents, and has no discernible benefits for the city. I hope the City Council will object to this, and it only harms us, doesn't help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. Ed Milady?
Hi, my name is Ed Milady, and I live in Capo Beach. I'm strongly opposed to this Sarah Siding project because it has huge and unnecessary economic and environmental impacts along the PCH corridor. The negative impacts are abundantly clear and are unacceptable. Our businesses and hotels along this corridor have just struggled through a pandemic. Hotel TOT was cut in half. Why inflict 2 more years of economic and construction impacts on the guests of our many hotels and timeshares? Also, our restaurants and small businesses will be impacted. In addition, no one will want to build on the empty lots that are currently in that area. We have about 1 million annual visitors to Capo and Doheny beaches. The Coastal Commission is all about beach access, but who wants to access a beach where construction noise and train horns are competing with sounds of the surf? Dust and debris will be everywhere. Regarding the beach, how can anyone be okay with foisting a siding along a delicate marine environment and a beautiful view corridor, especially one where waves are already hitting trains 4 miles south? Could Metrolink have picked a worse spot for their siding? And how will they ever get this past the Coastal Commission, which actually wants to move these very tracks? It looks like the rationale for the siding is based on outdated population growth forecasts that we now know are seriously out of whack. I doubt this siding is even needed, but if it is, it makes complete sense to extend the double tracks out of San Juan instead of Capo Beach. We're counting on our city council to do the right thing and common sense thing to protect one of our most valuable assets, the beach along Capo Bay. Thank you.
Speaker is Matthew Agram, the attorney for Roger Malcolm.
Malcolm was not able to be present tonight and asked me to read a letter that he wrote regarding this issue and share some of my own experiences with sidings. Roger Malcolm is a resident of Capo Beach who lives above the proposed siding. I am writing in vigorous opposition of the proposed MetroLink OCTA Sierra siding extension in Capistrano Beach, California. Further destruction of our coastline, beach community, peace, and sanctuary of our neighborhood is absolutely unacceptable. I have lived in Capistrano Beach for 33 years. I do not live in an ever-expanding train yard. There is no justification for a siding in this area aside from commercial greed. This project should be abandoned immediately. Our community does not benefit from it, and in fact, the project irreparably does harm to our community. I do not understand why living in a residential zone requires such a struggle against commercial exploitation and destruction of our residential community. We do not need your justification for extending the siding. There is no justification. Abandon the project. Before I was asked to come here to speak on behalf of Roger, I shared with him some of my experiences with the siding. I was on a multi-day float trip with my family in Colorado above Glenwood Springs. We were rafting down the river. We knew there was a very busy rail line along there. We had experienced on multiple nights. I didn't know what a siding was until we found a very nice spot, a sandy beach to camp on. We set up tents. It was a great night, and all went to bed. Then at 2 a.m., we realized there was a siding next to us when an engine pulled in and sat idling for hours with its air brakes discharging, which was probably the loudest noise of anything else we experienced. And then the engine idling, burning off-road diesel, and the exhaust just wafting down into our tents. Sidings are terrible and don't belong in a residential neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Our next speaker is Reza Dadashi.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and the council members. Thank you. My name is Reza Dadashi. I'm commissioned to design and construct a boutique hotel right next to the restaurant Ola Mendes. And I just learned about this siting, and I was sorry, my phone is going off. Sorry. So my concern is that this siting could totally disturb the future of our hotel, and our residents around the neighborhood would also suffer tremendously. So I would like to bring my concern to the council so that they could find an alternative for this siting where it's not near by the beach, where everybody enjoys and they are proud of having it and enjoying the beauty that it gives to all the residents. And of course, all the hotels along that stretch will be suffering due to this siting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dadashi. Our next speaker is Jim Shad.
Good to go. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this issue. The first thing that I noticed about this issue is the amount of disinformation on social media regarding this project, namely the parking of trains on this new siding track. From the original Zoom meeting, we were told that trains will not be parked on that track, and I believe that that's the case. The trains, the extension is just to help them get past each other. And if you have two trains passing each other at the same time, your view is actually increased because the two trains passing at the same time keeps you from waiting for one train sitting there looking at the view and then another train come by looking at the view. So in my opinion, the project as originally proposed has no value to Dana Point. But after the first Zoom meeting, Metro agreed to look into connectivity and a train station. So I think people are getting ahead of themselves, and I think we need to accept what they're presenting to us tonight and get more information on this. And that's my point, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Shad. Our next speaker is Walter Simmons. Is that correct? Oh, that's not right. Walida Simmons.
Yes, Walida Simmons. Thank you so much for the time. I was just a little curious about the recusal because there seems to be a few more OCT and DP overlap, but I just want to echo what everyone else is saying, that there seems to be a low ridership and no need for this train, or this siding rather. Moving here to this area, I enjoy the beach, and I'm sure those who come as well come for the sun and the ocean, but you wouldn't be able to hear the ocean over such train and sidings and fumes. So I would hope that you would say no to this and support those that are here in Dana Point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Our next speaker is Lynn Smith.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to talk a lot because the people before me did a great job, especially the PowerPoint and especially Tony Nelson's presentation. Her part I thought was very effective. Words paint a really beautiful picture. So when you say Capistrano Beach Riviera, that's a wonderful thing. And industrializing the area, I think, is not a great idea. I also don't want to see it overdeveloped in that area like Huntington Beach. That is doesn't even seem like a beach anymore. And I grew up in Huntington Beach area and moved to Capos Beach after I graduated from college in '71. So I think an alternative idea is great. I would have liked to see in the beginning of the project a model or somebody's rendering of what is this exactly going to look like. Because when I hear buzzwords like creating jobs and things like that, I can identify with that and the need for transportation and trying to get people out of cars. However, not seeing what it's like, you get carried away with all the words. So if a model and a picture and a drawing would have been super helpful from the presenters of the project for me. I just thank you for letting me talk about not industrializing our area or over developing like Huntington. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. That's our last speaker card. Madam Speaker, do we have any additional?
That's the last one.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and close the public comment. And I'll bring back OCTA staff and Metrolink staff to answer any questions from the council. Okay, council, do we have any questions for staff? I'll just go around the horn. Mr. Frost, do you have anything?
Then I tend to agree with what's most of the stuff in here. What is your process going forward to basically identify each one of the issues that has been raised and determine, or at least identify for us, how you're going to mitigate them, if you're going to mitigate them, whatnot? And is it all contained in the EIR? Can we get some supplemental information to address all these separately?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Frost. Yes, as part of the California CEQA process, all of the comments taken in during this NOP period will be listed, clearly listed within the EIR document, and will be answered in the EIR document. And so that is our process to go through to address and look at what are the issues? Are there mitigation measures? Are there other things that we might not need to change with the project to address those concerns?
And so the fact that the folks have it in a PowerPoint, this is probably good enough to make sure it gets on your list, or do they need to email each one of these issues separately, or are you pretty confident you've got all this documented?
I think we have a copy of the PowerPoint, so I think we'll be able to use that. We've also received a number of these comments, both written and also verbally during meetings. So I think we've got a very good understanding of what the concerns are. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Villar, please.
So I've got quite a few questions. Can you bring your slides back up? Just go to slide 2. My first question for you is, so I'm a Lean Six Sigma practitioner in real life, which means that I do data analysis and data-driven problem solving, starting with a problem statement. If you had to give me a succinct problem statement that this is solving, can you tell me what that is? What is the problem statement that you're solving with this?
Yeah, I think with this project, what we're trying to solve is the way to add additional service to the Orange County and IEOC lines to meet the job needs and additional population growth of this area and of the region.
So you're talking about putting a siding at Capo Beach that to the north, to the south of us, there's only 2 stations. It's San Clemente and Oceanside, because it doesn't stop in Camp Pendleton. So you're saying that the population growth of San Clemente and Oceanside is going to be so large that we need to put in a siding in Capo Beach to meet that demand?
I think it's important to point out and realize that the population growth is not just in San Clemente, is that Metrolink operates down to Oceanside. The Amtrak Surfliner operates all the way down to San Diego. And so there are commuters that are using this corridor to get to work, for leisure, that sort of thing. The Amtrak Surfliner goes all the way through Los Angeles, all the way up to San Luis Obispo. So I think that's where, looking at this as a corridor for the region as a whole, that's where the need for this project comes in.
But you're making an assumption that the population growth from LA or North Orange County or the Inland Empire or wherever else Metrolink goes is going to have a desire or a need to get to Oceanside or San Clemente, because that's the only place that's south of us. Is that the assumption that you're making?
I think the assumption is that there's opportunities both south and north to provide people in south going to north into Orange County, into Los Angeles and beyond, and vice versa. That we're providing those transit opportunities for those people to have a choice of getting out of the car and using the train as an ulterior mode of transportation. Some of this also takes into account of the impacts that we'll have on I-5, and I think some of the projections of traffic on I-5 that the rail line will help address as well, help relieve.
Are you a resident of Dana Point or Capo Beach?
I am not.
So I am, and I go down to Capo Beach just about every day. And when I'm standing at Capo Beach, I look at the train and there's no one ever on it. And I'm not just exaggerating. It's not like just hyperbole. Like, you can look at the train and see there's a handful of people in both directions. And it makes sense because we're at the end of the line, right? The end of the line is San Clemente or Oceanside. So it does make sense that not very many people get on at Oceanside or San Clemente, and many people are getting off in those directions. So just my visual of what that looks like, it doesn't match what you're saying. I can't put together the problem statement that you're saying supported by any data. So when I'm looking at slide 4 here, can you go to slide 4? You say that there's plans to help address travel demands for future growth in population and employment. Where is that? Where's the data that shows me that, other than just a point that you're making? Where's the data that backs that up, that shows me a graph that says San Clemente is going to have a 10%, 20%, 30% increase in population, and they're all going to take the train.
Yeah, I think a lot of those plans is what I had cited before. You know, everything from SCAG's connection plan, the Amtrak Surfliner plan. Sorry, I'm trying to find it real quick what the specific names of those plans are. And then the service development plan, the Amtrak service development plan. Thank you. So that's, I think, where those plans identify those demands, the job growth, and the population growth as well.
And you've shared that data with the public? We've been able to see a graph that shows the population growth that you're talking about?
We have shared those plans with the public.
Okay. Because I'm getting word from our, I'm getting word from our residents that hasn't been shared, but that's okay, and that's fine. So what I also would like to do is, so you're saying that this is going to help with a population growth, and all of a sudden we're going to have this huge influx of people that want to take a train, and that's fine. Can we go to slide 2 or slide 3, please? I'm sorry, slide 2. So a great question continues to come up for me is, why can't we do this to the north? Why can't this go through the industrial area at San Juan and parts of Mission Viejo? Why can't we extend this to the north?
I think the response to that is that this is part of what we've looked at in regards to the modeling that I spoke about previously. With the modeling, we've got to look at this as a system-wide service. And it's kind of like you take a water balloon and you push it on one location and it's going to blow out on the other side. And so, as I mentioned before, that iterative process of doing that modeling analysis identified this location as the ideal location. Now, as part of the environmental document, that's, as we're getting these comments back, we are going to be taking a look at, as I mentioned, the no build. I think we'll be taking a look at some of the other locations. Sorry.
Hi, Elizabeth Flynn, Assistant Director and SCORE Program Manager. So part of our analysis as part of the SCORE program is we have a vision, right? And it's a vision in service development and growth and whatnot. And there's a service plan that we have outlined for the entire network. And how did we identify the Sarah siding specifically is that it's an integrated system. And so at this location is where the trains would meet one another, meaning that they would pass one another. And this is not the only location along the Orange County line, but there are locations throughout the Orange County line where these meets would occur. So this was through iterative modeling, again, to meet the proposed scheduling that we are looking for. The long-term vision is to provide regular services throughout the system. That's anywhere from 30-minute to hourly with LoSAN and Metrolink trains in both directions. And so that was how this project was identified. And as Justin had mentioned earlier, certainly as part of the environmental process, we will consider alternative options for the project. And we have heard the comments that we've received from the public. And so that will be considered in the draft EIR.
So you do have alternative ideas in mind?
What was some of what the public has provided will be considered. And again, the no build option as well.
Can you give me an example of an alternative option?
Well, we're still going through that process now. The draft EIR, again, has been placed on hold, so we have not been able to advance that further. So I think, those discussions are happening now when we'll be able to pick up again.
Can you go to the next slide for me, please? Slide 3. So this makes sense to me. This bridge needs to be fixed. It needs to be replaced. Totally get it. I think Mr. Hill mentioned that. And it seems to me like and I don't think you're being dubious here. I think you're reasonably saying, well, if we're going to fix the bridge, let's add some siding there because it can help in a problem that I don't know that really exists, but maybe you foresee one happening. But to me, it seems like you're taking advantage of this situation where now it's just convenient. So my question to you is, do you am I wrong to think that part of what you're doing here is you're just adding to the solving this problem, which certainly exists, out of convenience that now you've got some open space so you can put a siding here?
No, I think the grant that we went after with the state of California, the Transit Intercity Capital Improvement, Rail Improvement Grant is specifically identified for this extension of this siding track. Part of that grant, when we wrote that in there, we knew that we had this need and that we needed to replace this bridge. And so that the scope of replacing the bridge was included as part of that grant. The grant, though, is focused on expanding train service. It's tied to the state rail plan, and it is focused on the expansion of rail service throughout California. And that's why we've included the bridge replacement with the project.
Can you talk a little bit more about the project itself? What is the next 2 years look like? Is it, I mean, we're painting a picture of kind of doom and gloom that the whole beach is going to be shut down. What does the time frame look like? What does the project look like if we did this?
Sure, if I can go to the schedule slide.
No, not the schedule, the actual environment. Like, what's it going to look like? Are there going to be a bunch of trucks sitting there on PCH blocking everyone's view? Is it going to last for 2 years? Is there going to be dust and debris everywhere? Paint for me a picture. I'm sure you've done these projects before. What does it look like to a resident that's sitting there at Capitol Beach for the next 2 years?
I think that's something we're very preliminary in the project. So I think that's something that we're going to have to continue to look at. But yes, with construction, is there dust? Yes. Is there noise? Yes. And we've heard a lot of concerns about the quiet zones. I think that there's a bit of misinformation about there that the quiet zone will go away. All trains have to sound their horn when construction crews are present at the job site near the track. It's a safety requirement of the Federal Railroad Association administration. So we will have to do that, but that's only when we've got crews working there. They're not going to be sounding throughout the night. So the other part of this is, with like any construction project, is trying to phase this to limit impacts. Now, this is part of what we will be looking at in the environmental impact report of how can we limit dust, how can we limit noise, how can we phase this project to do that. As I said, we will have those situations. It is coming with construction.
So you can understand the residents' concern that that's a big price to pay. We've got a future owner here that's trying to invest in a hotel. That's a big price to pay for not a problem. I still haven't been convinced that there's this problem that is coming out of San Clemente and Oceanside. How do you address that one hotel owner who wants to invest there, who's now going to be impacted for 2 years for a problem that doesn't seem to exist?
Again, I think some of this goes back to the mitigation measures that we will have in the environmental document that we'll identify to address this. Yeah, there are dust control measures. There are noise abatement measures with sound deadening on equipment. All those sorts of things will be considered and looked at as part of the environmental document. I think right now it's really difficult for us to explain how we're going to address that because we haven't had the opportunity to move forward with the technical analysis, the technical studies to see.
Good question. I don't expect you to answer, but for everybody in the room to really think about, if that train did not turn right at Doubletree, if it went straight up the coast, past Strands and Monarch Beach, would we even be here? Would we be thinking about this?
Please.
So this to me is more convenience than anything else because it turns right there and it goes up the coast. I mean, it goes up towards the 5 and doesn't go to the coast. So something that I hope we all consider is there a problem statement here? Are we solving a problem here, or is it more out of convenience? And what would it look like if that train didn't turn right and it went straight? I thank you for coming here and answering these questions. I really do. We needed to hear from you, and I do appreciate that you're here taking on these questions and hearing from our residents. The last thing I'd like you to consider is there is only one person here who happens to not live in Capitol Beach that kind of spoke for it. Everyone else, there's not a single resident that I've spoken to that wants this. So that's something that I hope that we consider as well. And I know that you are considering it, but I think it just needs to be a little bit louder. So I do really appreciate you coming up here and standing. It takes a lot to stand up here and do that, and I do appreciate it. Thank you for my time. I appreciate it.
Mr. McSork.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening. I just want to ask you a couple questions based on what I've heard tonight. One of the things you acknowledge is that there's a high level of interest from the community, obviously, and you can see it tonight, and that's something we need to address. So, you know, I know this is your job to do public outreach, and I mean, one of the ways maybe I can quantify what you're doing, you've extended the period of time for the comments to come in about the project, correct?
Correct.
And that's due to the high level of interest from the community?
From the community, and I think both the OCTA and the city had requested an extension of that time so that we could make sure that we get the comments in and make sure that everyone's voice is heard in this process.
Okay, so when you're saying everyone's voice is heard, so I don't know if you're going to have an answer to this question. I'll just ask specific questions. Do you know how many comments you have gotten over the time period?
Yes, I will answer that question. So when we had our scoping period in February, we had about 60 people in attendance that participated. To date, we are about approximately 100 comments, written comments that we received from members of the community.
Okay. Do you have any sense of which direction those comments are running?
The majority of the comments are in opposition of the project.
What do you do with those comments when you get them, other than saying you're going to consider them? What does that mean?
So, I mean, I think I will reiterate what Justin had indicated. So what Metrolink intends to do with these comments is to take them into consideration as they're evaluating the project through the environmental process. So some of the things came to light as a result of these comments. For instance, when we had spoken to the business associations, the Doheny Village Merchants Association in particular, they had presented the potential proposal of a train station. What came out of that is now Metrolink and OCTA had further discussed this option. And as we mentioned during the presentation, as a result of that, OCTA has budgeted for a train station feasibility study that we hope to be underway sometime this year. So there are things that come out of these scoping meeting or scoping comments, and that is just one example.
Okay. Let me follow up on that because I guess I've heard I'm not entirely clear on something that was said and something that was presented by our speakers. But, you know, I'll just ask I'll go right to the heart of the question. You presented, you know, why you're doing the project. And I think the question that everyone wants to ask are what are the benefits to Dana Point of this project?
Okay, so more local benefits. You know, I think we've talked about this project would take care of the bridge replacement. That bridge has been programmed for years now to be replaced. We have not been successful in securing funds for it. We have performed rehabilitation on it about 5 years ago. We've also, you know, been able to at least get some design funds to assess it further, but not to do a full replacement. As Justin stated in the presentation, about 70% of the cost is to safety improvements, including the bridge costs, about $30 million. So safety enhancements within the area. You know, I think that Coast Highway overpass or underpass is a vital road for accessing the city. So that's a benefit there. There's also, you know, the reduction in emissions, being able to alleviate any traffic on the highways on 5, on Coast Highway, and providing an alternative transportation for residents and visitors in the area. And then Metrolink is looking even more broad. We have a small business partnership program where we want to connect with local businesses to partner with us with our contracts, whether it's in our operations or whether it's in our construction or design or marketing. This is a program that just took off recently to connect with local communities near our railroad. Those are just a few that I can think of right now in terms of benefits to Dana Point.
Okay, so let me just follow up on the slide presentation we got. I'm just going to read from it. Dana Point tried for mitigations, underpass in Doheny Village, no funding from OCTA Metrolink, sidewalk improvements, no funding from OCTA Metrolink, and train station, no funding, further study. Do you want to follow up on any of that? Is that all correct, or?
I think we've talked about the train station, the potential train station that's being looked at as part of the OCTA study. I think OCTA can speak further on that piece. I think sidewalk improvements. We have been talking with the city about some improvements under the Coast Highway to accommodate those for bike path and sidewalks, those sorts of things. So I think these are all things that we really need to look at. And I think this is part of this process that we need to go through and look at, can we accomplish some of these requests as part of this project? Is it beyond the scope of this project? What costs are associated with that? So I think that is part of this EIR process to look at, what improvements, what mitigation measures are included with the project.
Okay, so I'll take that as they're still on the table then, if we're going to still look at them. Okay. So I'll just ask one last thing. This is not a Dana Point project. From your perspective, what role, though, do you see the city playing in the project?
I think we look at the city of Dana Point as a partner with this project. We want the city to be a partner as part of this project. There's going to be, access during construction we've got to talk through. I think that the city has obviously a community that's very concerned about this and the impacts. I think that we're going to be working through that with the city to address those. But I think that's where we look at this is the city being a partner with us in implementing this project. And what other improvements potentially needed are with the bridge structure as that's replaced, those sorts of things of how can we minimize impacts to the vehicular traveling public, those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd just like to add as well, just a remark there. What role does Dana Point have with this project, but with Metrolink as well? I think is to look broader, beyond even just the city. I think every city has our own interests and what is important. But what Metrolink is about is really connecting the region together, right? And as well as Losan, which runs, from San Luis Obispo down to San Diego. And Dana Point is a critical element in that, where our train does run through the city, as well as a number of cities. And I think just seeing that all these cities are interconnected to provide something that is region-wide, beneficial to those throughout the coastline. There are plans to run even the Ventura County line all the way through LA down to Dana Point and San Diego with one-seat rides. And so we're looking at expanding beyond just this remote area, but beyond.
Thank you. I've got a few questions, and I want to start with one of the big concerns that I hear about this project from the community. You heard about it tonight as well, is the quiet zone. And I've had a lot of conversations with OCTA about this, and no disrespect, but your answer to this issue was not what I've heard. If Miss Bergner's out there, she was a former CEO of Losan and is now the deputy CEO of OCTA. She's still our COO. Could you explain a little bit about how the quiet zone works?
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Jennifer Bergner, Deputy CEO for OCTA. I think Mr. Fornelli's comments were accurate, and that the project itself will not impact the quiet zone. The quiet zone doesn't go away. These are federally mandated rules and requirements that allow for the quiet zone. However, what the project will do, and has been raised as concerns for many of the members here this evening, during construction, there will be routine sounding while active construction is underway. A quiet zone doesn't mean that train horns don't sound. A quiet zone means that there is a cessation of routine sounding of train horns. An engineer, if they see clear and present danger in any of the quiet zone areas, they are still required by federal law to blow their horns. So I want to be very clear that the project itself does not do away with the community's quiet zone. But yes, there will be impacts during construction whereby the engineer has to blow the horn.
Okay, thank you. That's the and I'm sorry about that, Justin, but that's the definition I was looking for, because it is important to understand the quiet zone does not go away for 2 years, which was presented earlier tonight. It's still in effect, and like Ms. Bergner said, all trains are required to blow the horn if there's something in their path. And so we have had an incident down there in the quiet zone near Doheny where a husband and wife got on the track, and unfortunately one of them did not survive the interaction. So, and let's talk about erosion. So a lot of people are concerned about that, and we have to. And I want you to explain a little bit about who owns that right of way and what is the governing body, because the Coastal Commission, in my understanding, does not have authority over that right of way. Could you address that a little bit?
So Orange County does own the right-of-way in which Metrolink operates on. We're tasked with maintaining the right-of-way. The OCTA has done a climate action plan or action study looking at erosion, coastal erosion. Metrolink is also doing a climate impact study. One of the components of that study will be looking at coastal erosion as well and its impact on the railroad. And so those studies, the results of those studies will help inform the design as we move forward. In regards to the Coastal Commission,
I believe the Surface Transportation Act trumps the Coastal Commission.
I think that's right.
And
The
so-
Surface Transportation does trump the local or regional coastal commission. Yes.
And so we will, and I guess Ms. Bergner's still out there, and I know I had this conversation, but if warranted, we will protect that right of way, correct?
That is correct. We will protect the railroad right away. And I'm sorry, I missed a part of the question.
And I
The sound is
apologize. I
not-
heard somebody say that out there. I'm also director on OCTA. And so people understand when I say we, I'm talking about the communications I have with the OCTA staff. Go ahead.
So yes, we will continue to protect the active right of way. I'm sorry, was that your question?
Yes.
Yes.
And so, one of the concerns I hear about is access at that beach. And I'm going to put you on the spot here.
That's fine.
And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but in the event that there was enough coastal erosion and there was no more reason for Beach Road to have access, would that at-grade crossing be closed?
You are asking me a crystal ball question.
I know that exactly. But my understanding is they're trying to close all at-grade crossings right now. They want under crossings or over crossings. And so would that be a potential issue if there was enough erosion there? You're going to protect that right of way. The railroad tracks are going to continue to exist, but there's no longer a need to access Beach Road. In the future, would you see the potential that at-grade crossing would be closed?
I think let me take that in two parts, if I might. I think what you are alluding to, and back me off here if I'm wrong, is the Public Utilities Commission and their desire to close all
Yes.
all crossings. That is a fair and accurate statement. We have worked through some of those issues up and down the corridor. They want public protected crossings. They are not in favor of private crossings for a variety of reasons, and they would be the authority to speak on that specifically. That said, the crossing that exists today exists. We have no plans to do anything with it. I would defer to Jim Beal, who is our Executive Director of Capital Programs, to talk specifically about improvements or changes to that crossing itself.
Okay. And those are the two I kind of wanted to address because I know that we have used the STA down farther south on the line. I believe in Encinitas is where that issue was, or maybe, I don't know, you might remember, I can't remember the exact city it was in. But there is a path to protect that beach, folks. And this is one of the things I'm talking to multiple agencies about. How do we protect Capitol Beach? How do we protect and eliminate the erosion? And the Surface Transportation Act is part of that discussion right now. And that may be an opportunity for us to do some other things down there as well. And I bring that up because people are wondering, what is the benefit to the city of Dana Point? This could be a big benefit to us if we can bring those agencies together. I heard something tonight about a rail tunnel that OCTA presented. I've never heard of that before. A 9-mile long rail tunnel. And I think they mentioned that it was an OCTA plan. It was I believe it was in the PowerPoint that was delivered.
I believe what may have been referenced was an old study done by the prior Lausanne Rail Corridor Agency, a 2013 study. Do I have that? I'm not sure the sources. Oh, the climate action report. Okay, then I will defer to the team that works specifically on the climate action report on that.
Hey, Mr. Beal, come on in.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm Jim Beal, Executive Director, Capital Programs at OCTA. I think what you're referring to is the kind of the latest information on this inland tunnel to move the rail. That was also mentioned in the Orange County Rail Infrastructure Defense Against Climate Change Plan that OCTA, in conjunction and partnership with Caltrans, prepared back at the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020. That was an extensive outreach effort where OCTA actually and our consultants looked at the rail line, particularly along the coastal zone here, did a number of studies in regards to sea level rise and erosion, and came up with alternatives. As Jennifer mentioned previously, that key alternative is continuing to monitor and protecting the rail right of way with rock revetment if needed and when needed. And there's various levels of that rock revetment. So there's a few alternatives of rock revetments and seawalls that can be built that are alternatives that can be considered at some time in the future, depending on intensity of sea level rise and erosion of the bluffs. The fourth alternative that was mentioned in that study refers back to a past state rail agency programmatic environmental document looking at what it would take to relocate the rail line essentially under I-5 through San Clemente all the way down to San Onofre. So that is kind of I call it kind of the pie in the sky alternative. Today's estimate, and this is a blue sky estimate, it's well over $5 billion. I would paint the picture that it's paramount to trying to move an airport into a residential area. It's just not going to happen. But that is an alternative that's been put on the books. People see that. Some people think it's a viable alternative, but talking about a difficult project to construct, a difficult project to fund, and a difficult project to get any support through from the community for. So that's where I think that reference came from.
Okay, I appreciate that. You hit on a lot of other things, and you know, one of the reasons there's a question about why are we doing this. I sit on a lot of different agencies, and one of them is TCA. And I see what happened with the 241 extension. I'm very happy with the solution that TCA came up with. However, if they would have thought about this 25 years ago and extended the 241 down to the I-5, you wouldn't have had the growth that we had, and we wouldn't have had the fight that we had between San Clemente and the agency. And so I look at this, and the longer you let this go, if this is going to happen, the more expensive it's going to get. The Ortega Height are widening with OCTA. They had the funding for it. San Juan turned it down. It was about, I think, $35 million at the time. Now it's up to almost $90 million to do a 9/10 of a mile widening. And I look at this. We have the OC streetcar up in Santa Ana. It's 4.1 miles. It's over $450 million, $100 million a mile to build rail. But that is where this state is pushing us. Rail is going to be the future, and we need to take a look at this. And I'm not saying this is the right project for this community or not, because I don't know yet, because we haven't gone through the EIR. I don't know what the community benefit's going to be. I don't know what the mitigations are going to be for the impacts on our community. But I think about it that way. I don't want to get into a situation, a $5 billion tunnel. That's today's dollars. What's that going to look like in 20 years? It's not going to be $5 billion. I promise you that. It's going to be substantially more. You're going to have more development. You're going to have more impacts on the community. And so it's not that I'm 100% behind this. This is an interesting project for a lot of reasons that Councilmember Villar mentioned earlier. You know, the ridership doesn't look right, but we just came through a pandemic. The ridership was increasing, and we watched these things go up and down. I don't know if it's going to increase enough to warrant this project or not. I don't. But I would like you to go back to the project timeline slide. Could we put that back up? Right here. So I want to point out a key part in this for the community to understand. The environmental and preliminary design portion of this, that's the jumping off point. That's where we're going to have to make a decision on whether this is a good project or not. And so to try to decide, is this good for my community right now? Is it not okay for my community? That's a tall order right now, because quite frankly, we don't have the information. A lot of good questions were raised by the community tonight. We need to address those, but we don't have the answers for them yet. That's what the EIR is for. And that's where we're going to have to make a decision. Do we support it? Do we not support it? Is Metrolink going to move forward with it? Are they not? But regardless if the siding happens, we need to replace that bridge. And that's $30 million. So that is going to happen. You're going to have construction. That is not a short process. Building that bridge, Jim, how long do you think it'd take to replace that bridge?
18 months. Yeah, technically 18 months. The bridge has to be done in stages. Essentially, we have to keep the existing bridge in operations while we build the first half of the new bridge, and then tear down the old bridge, so we never cease rail operations through the corridor.
Right. And so 18 months of the impact people are talking about is going to happen anyway. It's going to have to. Well, I say it's going to happen anyway. If we decide not to do this project, there may not be funding to do the bridge again. So what we're talking about really is a 6-month window of community impact, an additional 6-month window of community impact. Unknown benefits to the community. We don't know. And I want to thank OCTA, Jennifer and Daryl. You guys were fantastic putting together the budget to study that train station. I know Metrolink is still looking at the undercrossings. We desperately need those to connect to the beach. We all know that. Everybody in Capitol Beach knows that. There's no easy connection to the beach out of the village. So all of these things are important to our community. We don't know if they'll even offer that mitigation to us because they have to study it first. But that's something we as a community have to take a look at, and then will we support the project or not? So, you know, one of the speakers tonight, Mr. Shad, I believe it was, kind of caught me off guard. I never even thought that with 2 trains passing each other, the impact on your view is only as long as those 2 trains are next to each other. If they were to come in one after another, you would actually extend the impact to your view. The real question that I keep hearing, and I hear from Metrolink and even OCTA, they are not going to stack trains there. Those trains will continue to move. They are not going to park trains on these sidings. What kind of guarantees do we get that that is not going to happen?
Passenger trains need to move to get people to go where it is they're going, right? There is no benefit to sitting a passenger train on a siding and letting it idle there with any people in it. The track is intended to provide operational efficiency, and I think just as Mr. Fornelli had pointed out and was pointed out by one of the speakers, it allows bidirectional movement in an efficient manner rather than holding a train out somewhere else. And as Ms. Lunn was talking about, is a strategic location that allows us to do this at incremental points up and down the rail line to improve the efficiency. There is absolutely no reason, barring a catastrophic incident whereby we've had an incident that you are familiar with, that any train would sit there for any length of time.
And so saying that, even if we had that catastrophic incident without the siding, we could potentially still have a train stacked on the beach waiting. Correct? Even without a siding. If there was something that
Yes.
happened farther down the line and we had a southbound train and something happened in Oceanside and the track was closed, we would be stacked on Doheny.
In theory, that is correct. That a train could get stopped there if there was
Right.
some incident in that proximity. The other benefit to the siding is it allows a train to pull forward and unload or load in a safe environment and continue to move. In the event of an incident, we wouldn't unload otherwise.
Okay. And so, all right. I kind of made the points I wanted to make tonight. This is a project that deserves some study time on it and to see if this is beneficial to us. Again, Councilmember Vic made a good point. This is not a data point project. This is an OCTA Metrolink project. You'd like us to partner with you on that. But again, we don't even know if we can do that until we see what's in that EIR. Does it make sense to move forward or not? And that's when the community, you're going to have additional outreaches, correct, while this is going on?
We will continue to have outreach through the entire process. And I would note for the council's information, I talked with the team before this meeting today, and I understand that we did just recently meet within the last week and a half with some of the community members. So those efforts will continue. We will continue to take in the questions and answer things that we can. You raised very, sorry.
Every question that's given to you by law, you have to put it into the EIR and respond to it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and I also heard another question tonight, other options. They want to know an option. I guess the one that people are overlooking here, no build is an option. When this is looked at, no build might be the right solution to this, and there won't be a project. So that is the very first option of full build, no build, whatever you're looking at. And as we go through the EIR process, people are going to come up with different scenarios, and we're going to have to study those, correct?
That is correct.
And so whatever people come up with, we are required by law to study and have a solution. If we discount them, we have to have a valid reason why they were discounted, correct?
I want to be clear that it is not limitless options,
Right.
and it's not any option that a member of the public would come up with. But yes, the process identifies and looks at alternative locations as part of the process.
Okay. And so everything that was brought up here tonight, excuse me?
So hi, my name is Nina DeLu with HDR. I support Metrolink on the EIR process.
Okay.
I wanted to be able to answer with a little more clarity on what the law requires, since
Okay.
that was your question. The first thing is, within the scoping period, the comments that we receive help to guide the content of the EIR. And we do list all of the comments received within the document. It's not required that we respond to every comment, but the comments are all considered, and that guides the content. So that's the first step.
Okay.
When we release the draft EIR to the public, the comments that we do receive, we are required to respond, and we do respond to the comments, and then those become public. So that's the second process there. As we take in the comments about alternatives, we're required by law to study the alternatives that are feasible and that meet the objectives of the project. So goals and objectives are developed for the project and disclosed to the public. So the alternatives that can meet the objectives of the project and are feasible are considered, as long as they also reduce the significant impacts that are identified in the document to the environment. So it's a combination of, does the alternative meet the goals and objectives, and does it reduce significant impacts? And then the environmental document discloses the environmentally superior alternative. So I hope that helps to answer questions.
That was fantastic. Thank you. Okay. I don't have any additional questions. I want to thank you. I'll go around the horn one more time, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, everyone, OCTA, Metrolink, as well as the residents. I thought it was well put together. I've got so many questions. I want to see it listed out in an Excel spreadsheet. I want to see every single one of your answers. And until that, well, that's sort of where I'm at status wise.
Thank you, Mr. Villar.
I have a couple of follow-on questions. So Mayor Pro Tem Miller brought up an interesting point that he kind of talked about, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. If you don't do the Sarah siding, it's possible that the bridge doesn't get done. If you don't do the Sarah siding, it's possible that the undercrossing that we need in Doheny Village doesn't get done. Do those relate at all together? Are we in jeopardy of not having the bridge fixed if we say we don't want this Sarah siding project? Is that how OCTA operates?
I think as Mr. Fornelli pointed out, that the funding that was awarded to this project, it is specific to enhancements to the rail line. So if there was a significant modification to the scope of the project, that funding would have to be revisited. The bridge and the status of the bridge and the replacement of the bridge, the need doesn't go away. The funding source may, and we will have to explore that.
Okay, so it's not like you're like sitting behind a chair like, we're going to screw these guys. It has to do with funding. I understand that. You know, part of the responsibility of government is to provide infrastructure, and I totally agree with that. That's probably the main responsibility of government. So when we talk about the bridge itself, that Mayor Pro Tem Miller brought up, that is going to be a project that has to happen, and it could be 18 months that happens. I don't think sometimes providing infrastructure comes at a cost to the residents, right? And sometimes that good outweighs the bad. And I don't think that there's a resident, at least in Capitol Beach, that would say, we don't want that bridge done because there's going to be too much dust. I think that those are two separate things. But in this scenario, unless you told me that Camp Pendleton was closing and they were going to make a city there, there were going to be 20,000 people there, and we need this rail to go through there to meet that demand, I still don't see how that infrastructure is needed. If you told me we were going to expand the 5 freeway, I can see that with my eyes. The 5 freeway stinks because there's so many people on it. But this, I just, again, don't see it. Don't see that with my own eyeballs, a need for more trains in Capitol Beach because those trains are not there. But if it's the bridge itself, that I can see. It's dilapidated, it's falling down, it's a safety hazard. That inconvenience for me would be worth it. And I understand how the funding works, though it could impact the other, but it's not, you got to do this or else you don't get this, right? It's not that simple. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And I'm sorry that I presented it that way. That's not what I meant. I absolutely meant that funding source would not be available, may not be available for that bridge. So thanks. Mr. Vixor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just have one question. It sort of follows up on Councilman Villar. I'm sort of afraid to ask it because I don't know how blunt the answer is going to be, but he asked the question, if we say no, then we might not get the bridge. I guess my question is, if we say no, does that mean the project doesn't go forward?
In an abundance of clarity, you mean the entire project, correct? Not just the bridge?
That's correct.
I think that we would have to cross that bridge when we come to it.
All right, thank you.
That was well said, Jennifer. I appreciate that. So I want to thank everybody for coming in here, the public for coming in and bringing up all these great issues. This is a complex problem. We're looking at a very small piece of a very large project that is being pushed down from the state to address our future needs. And I want to thank OCTA and Metrolink for coming in tonight and spending the time to clarify some of these issues. I know we haven't got them all clarified, but it's something we need to take a look at and let the EIR kind of dictate what is going to happen in this community, what the mitigation measures are to try to reduce dust and noise, train horns, and the impact on the community. But I think it's a good project to take a look at. I'm not sure that we're in a position to support or not support it at this point. But thank you for all your time and coming down here tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Okay. This is a receive and file item. Okay, Mr. Villar.
So I am going to make a motion, but before I do have a question for our city attorney. And I don't want to disrespect anybody because I respect all of our council members. But with Mayor Pro Tem Miller being so close to OCTA, is it appropriate for him to be involved in a vote on a motion that I'm going to make about OCTA. Is that okay?
Well, the answer, I guess, is probably, but until I know what your motion is, it's hard to answer.
Okay, I can make the motion first. And again, I'm not.
I understand.
Yeah. And this is for the public as well, because there clearly is a relationship there. So should I make the motion first then? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion. I am going to write a letter to OCTA that opposes this project, and I would like my fellow council members to join me in that letter. So my motion is that I'm asking our council to write a combined letter that opposes the Sarah siding project to OCTA.
There would be no conflict for him to participate in that motion or in that letter or any other action you would take along those lines.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So we have a motion. And I'm not hearing a second, so that motion is going to fail for lack of a second. Appreciate that. Okay, this is a receive and file only item. So with that, we're going to go. Oh. Okay, Mr. Frost.
I just wanted to mention to you why I didn't, because I actually agree with a lot of the folks here. It's clearly sort of, I guess it'd be concentrated negative impacts and dispersed benefits. And one of our roles is certainly to help and support and protect our residents. Completely agree. However, we're about 6-7 months into our roles as council members. And when you're running, you think about policy. You think everything's about policy. It's easy to make big decisions. But you know, 6 months in, the approach to making those decisions is more important. The consistent approach, consistent methodology. It's important for staff to know what a council member is thinking. It's important to know that the council members, my colleagues, know that I'm consistent. And it's that consistency creates the sort of the fair concept for you guys. And 6 months ago, we had, in my opinion, roughly the same scenario. We had a public agency coming to us who wanted to do a big project on their land. Now, school district had economic objectives and these guys have operational objectives. Okay. But I thought you were fantastic when you said, you know what? I think it is a bad project, but you know what? I want the data. And isn't that a sort of fair and consistent approach for us to take here? I agree. I don't think the project's good at this point, but let them do the EIR, you know, and to be honest with you, maybe premature. We may learn something even worse in the EIR. And don't forget, we had residents. Now, it wasn't quite as formal, but we had residents like Jim Shad, Larry Robinson, everybody down in Doheny Village, and they brought up issues also. And we said, we get it. Let them do the EIR. Then we'll get you. And trust us. And so I'm very close. And I would actually write a letter identifying all our suggested issues and that we very much want them to address them. And it's very important. But it's sort of inconsistent to make a final determination now. It's unfair for guys like Jim Shad and stuff. We want to make sure they understand that, look, we treat everybody fairly. Our process is to go through the EIR. So sorry that was long-winded, Mayor Pro Tem, but
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Frost. Appreciate that explanation. All right, we're moving on to the item. We're going back to item 18. Thank you guys very much for coming in. And I believe the mayor has a conflict on this one as well, right? What? No. No, he's got a conflict on this, I believe. Yeah. Okay. That brings us back to item 18, the Doheny Village Zoning Code Update General Plan Amendment, 20-0001 Zone Text Amendment, 20-0001 Zone Change, 20-001, and Local Coastal Program Amendment, 20-0001. This is a public hearing? Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Killebrew, do we have a staff report?
Yes, Belinda Dinas, our senior planner, is going to take it on.
Thank you, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and members of the public. My name is Belinda Dinas, Principal Planner and Project Manager for the Doheny Village Plan. On behalf of the City of Dana Point, I am honored and pleased to present to you the Doheny Village Zoning District Update for your review and approval. In the past 4 years, the Doheny Village has evolved into a new and improved plan for zoning and public spaces with two distinct components, a zoning district update and a capital improvement plan. This zoning district update, which is the focus of this evening's approval, aims to adopt zoning that aligns and respects existing uses, keep jobs and services in the community, offer incentives for rehabilitation and new development, and preserve character and enhance vitality in the village. Here's a vicinity map which shows the project area for the boundary for Doheny Village, the historical downtown of Capistrano Beach. The village is approximately 80 acres. The project area is bound by the railroad track to the west, City of San Juan Capistrano to the north, and Pacific Coast Highway Interstate 5 off-ramp to the south. The entire project is located within the Coastal Overlay District, or the Coastal Zone, and is partially located within the Floodplain Overlay District. No changes are proposed to those designations. The zoning district update involves modifications to land use documents governing Doheny Village area specifically. No development projects are proposed in this update. This update requires a general plan amendment to modify the definition of commercial and residential, add land use designations for commercial Main Street and commercial industrial, and changes to floor area ratio and residential density. The zone text amendment adds a completely new chapter, Chapter 9.14, Doheny Village Districts for land uses and development standards unique and only applicable to the village in the city's zoning code. The zone change modifies the actual zoning districts on the zoning map, and all of these changes require a local coastal plan amendment subject to Coastal Commission approval. An environmental impact report, or EIR, was prepared for the project in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Here's the proposed land use map of the general plan, which identifies the various land use designations by area and the applicable floor area ratio and residential density proposed. It was determined that existing properties are non-conforming to what is currently allowed for FAR and density. Therefore, changes that are proposed are intended to reflect current development as well as desired urban form in the future. Update in its entirety was reviewed for consistency and compliance with the city's general plan. No changes are proposed to the land use element policies, Goal 7 and policies 7.1 to 7.7, which continues to provide a foundation of the community's intended outcomes for development in Doheny Village specifically. Early in the visioning process, the community stakeholders identified Doheny Village is home to existing residents and a number and variety of housing types, including multifamily, mobile homes, affordable housing, live-work units, which are unique to the village and should be preserved and enhanced. If adopted, this update is a critical component of the city's 2021-2029 housing element update to identify potential capacity for the city's housing goals. The proposed code includes incentives and a housing overlay for potential residential development. For purposes of the project's consistency with the city's general plan circulation element, the zoning district update was analyzed for both level of service, delay, and vehicles miles traveled for purposes of CEQA. A summary of the LOS analysis is found on pages 5 to 7 of the agenda report. As such, staff will continue to monitor potential traffic impacts as development applications within the project area are received and reviewed. The zone text amendment involves the creation of a new chapter in the zoning code, as I mentioned, which was drafted to achieve an integrated neighborhood serving business and residential environment. Doheny Village identifies as a unique eclectic area with many long-standing industrial, mixed-use, commercial businesses, as well as a variety of housing. Proposed development standards are based on the area's historical pattern of development, specifically properties developed under county jurisdiction. Stakeholders researched and surveyed site-specific conditions on a neighborhood scale to identify non-conforming structures. They evaluated limitations of existing standards relative to current conditions for setback, height, lot coverage, floor area ratio, landscape coverage, density, and parking. These standards have been modified to alleviate some of those limitations in the update. Here's the proposed zoning map, which establishes 3 new zoning districts to modify the existing 1993 zoning map. In purple is the village commercial industrial, which would allow mixed-use light industrial commercial uses, where industrial uses had not been allowed since the adoption of the Dana Point zoning code 30 years ago, but have existed under county jurisdiction. In red is the village main street, which includes properties that front Doheny Park Road. There are existing properties that have residential on upper floors, and so the intent is to legalize those residential uses and allow for an option for vertical mixed use rather than the existing standards for big box commercial retail. In brown is the village commercial residential, which would allow horizontal mixed use, meaning that there could be commercial or residential uses allowed within this area. Currently, residential uses only allowed as accessory to primary commercial or vertical mixed use. Existing residential properties wanting to improve and expand are limited because of their non-conforming status. In the update, there are no changes proposed to the community facilities and recreation zoning districts. However, the city does recognize that a separate specific plan has been initiated at the Capistrano Unified School District bus yard site. A local coastal plan amendment is required for changing of the zoning districts, modifying district boundaries, and revising the provisions of the Dana Point zoning code. Amendments to the land use element of the general plan and the Dana Point zoning code must be certified by the California Coastal Commission as an amendment to the 1996 local coastal program. As mentioned earlier, Doheny Village is entirely located within the Coastal Overlay District, and a portion of the area closest to the creek is partially within the appeals jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. Following City Council approval, City staff will submit to the Coastal Commission for a local coastal plan amendment for certification. A final environmental impact report was prepared for the proposed project, which includes a draft DIR, a response to comments, errata, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and findings of facts. A total of 15 comment letters were received on the draft DIR. A response to comments was provided to those agencies and individuals who submitted letters. The errata includes minor edits to the draft DIR, including clarification on the 1996 local coastal program, public utilities on wastewater, and inclusion of the final text of the proposed land use amendments. The mitigation monitoring and reporting program specifies specific mitigation measures for tribal and cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, transportation, air quality, and noise. As part of the action items is a request for a contract amendment, which extends the date of the EIR contract originally approved by council from June 30th, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. It's anticipated that the consultant will incur costs related to finalizing the EIR. No changes are proposed to the overall contract not to exceed limits. Beginning in March of this year, a very comprehensive public outreach program was launched for the project to inform the greater Dana Point community about the Doheny Village Plan efforts. In addition to coordinated social media and marketing campaign, resources were made available on the city's website and were regularly updated. The Planning Commission held a study session in April and a community workshop in May. During April and May for 3 weeks straight, city staff hosted virtual office hours in an online forum open to the public. In June, a pop-up community workshop was held in Doheny Village with an information booth on the Doheny Village Plan. Overall, the outreach program received positive feedback. On July 12th, the Planning Commission received and reviewed the update and recommended that the city council approve the project. The planning commission resolutions are attached to the agenda report. Staff recommends that the city council conduct a public hearing, introduce the first reading of the ordinances for the general plan amendment, the zone text amendment, and the zone change, adopt the resolutions for adoption of the final EIR, and request certification by the California Coastal Commission of the LCPA, and authorize execution of the contract amendment for a time extension for the environmental impact report. In conclusion, I would be happy to answer any questions you have or provide clarification on the project. Our environmental consultant, Mr. Eddie Torres, and Ms. Frances Yao of Michael Baker International are also available to answer questions regarding the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dines. Any questions from council? Mr. Cross?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Miller. In the EIR, oftentimes you hear about traffic concerns. And it's fair to say that we found, assuming we build this out, we found 2 areas of traffic concerns. And if we build it out and everything else gets built out, we've identified 5 areas of traffic concerns.
So I'd like to clarify with respect to the environmental analysis for traffic versus the general plan consistency and the analysis that was done for the circulation element.
Okay.
And so the 2 areas and 5 areas that were identified in the staff report is relative to general plan consistency, which is the traffic impact analysis report that was prepared using level of service analysis. So the Doheny Village, so separately, the Doheny Village zoning code update is the city's first project that completed an EIR under the state's new standards for vehicles miles traveled, or VMT. And so the CEQA analysis did not incorporate the traffic impact analysis, the TIA, and analysis for levels of service. Rather, it is a new metric that is required by the state of California effective January 2020 to analyze VMT, which is much different than LOS. Okay, so that's separate. So because LOS is no longer considered an environmental impact, and traffic delay is no longer considered a environmental impact, the city elected to analyze both LOS and VMT regardless, because the city general plan, the circulation element, has not been updated since 1995, but found that we wanted to make sure that the project complied with the general plan policies. And so the 2 areas of intersections that were identified in the staff report at maximum build out, which is forecasted at year 2045, could potentially have impacts of traffic delay. And so what's being proposed is monitoring of future development projects, and whether or not we get to build out of the overall project, we will analyze whether improvements would need to be made for those potential impacts in the future.
For each development project as it comes on, they may have to handle one of the 2 that we identified.
Potentially, yes, correct.
And then the 5 also included or assumed a build out of Toll Brothers for the school district?
Correct.
Okay, that's what's more.
Yes, it's considered the Victoria Apartments project was identified as a cumulative project in the TIA, and so we did factor that in as part of the review.
Okay. And none of those were unable to be overcome, right? I think that's what we put. They could all be mitigated during the subsequent development proposals.
Correct.
Awesome. All right. That was really my only question on it. Great job.
Thank you. Councilmember Villar.
Thank you. I think I know the answer to this question, but I want to make sure I clarify. So at any time we talk about any kind of housing or any kind of zoning, I'm always going to take a swing at affordable housing. So, but I believe when we're talking about zoning, there is no avenue to try to drive or even influence affordable housing. That comes later, right? As development starts to occur, that's when we can try to take a swing at it if we need to. There's nothing now that we could do to try to influence that, correct?
I will correct you because
Okay.
there are a few incentives that are proposed in the zoning code update, which potentially incentivize future developers toward affordable housing, and that is written into the proposed zoning code. In Doheny Village specifically, there is an exemption for the site development permit process for projects that provide a minimum number of affordable housing on the project for lower income units specifically. So that language is built into the chapter. So it doesn't specifically require affordable housing, but incentives are there. That's just one example.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember McSork.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just one question to follow up on Councilman Frost talking about the bus yard and that the IR took into account the bus yard to a certain extent. Can you explain that to me? And basically what I'm getting at is how does that relate to CUSD? Is there another EIR? Can you just explain that to me, how those work together?
Sure. And so in anticipation of the initiation of the school district property specific plan, we had incorporated as a cumulative project the proposed number of units as part of the traffic impact analysis, which generates the trip generation of the project overall and the entire zoning code update. And so with that, that was part of our analysis included as part of the EIR. So the trip generation informs other aspects of the Doheny Village EIR, such as noise, greenhouse gas emissions, and that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. I'm going to hold off until the comment section, and I'll go ahead and, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment? All right, then I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Okay. All right, so we have 2 public comments. My first speaker is Tony Nelson. She's still here? Can we somebody check out? Is she outside? And we'll wait on, see if we can find Ms. Nelson in the interim. Jim Shad.
Here again in favor of moving the Doheny Village project forward based on the information. And mostly I'm just here to say a big thank you to way too many people, and I'll leave a few out, but Belinda has been fabulous on this. I didn't realize it's been 4 years. Had I known I was going to be involved in this for 4 years, I'd have maybe thought twice about it, but I'm really glad I got involved. Mr. Muller, Mr. Viserick, I think you've been involved for maybe 8 or 9 years in this. And so I just really want to thank you for this. And you guys came in your own time to some of our Doheny Village merchants meetings and gave us ideas and helped us start this thing, which could only be described as herding cats in the beginning with all the different personalities involved. Belinda kept us on track with the community-driven process, and we stuck to that. You know, some people fell off along the way. Matt Schneider did a fabulous job. He's moved on to other things, but I felt that I wanted to acknowledge him for keeping the process moving. And I just want to ask that we keep this moving forward. And hopefully it's not another 4 years, but if it is, I'll be here.
Thank you, Mr. Shad. Did we find Ms. Nelson? She's gone. Okay, so she's no longer here. All right. Any additional public comments, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, no.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. All right, I'll bring it back to council for comments. Mr. Frost.
My comments would actually be directed to my colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Vic Sorick. Throughout the years as a resident, I've obviously paid attention. You guys have taken a lot of heat just unnecessarily, and you two correctly got something done that was unable to be accomplished since what, 2010 was the first one that was attempted. You guys reached out, found the true folks down there, guys like Jim Shad, Pickering. You guys got them together and you got something done, and and neither one of you were in that district, right? I mean, and we had emails today saying people aren't represented, and it just was interesting. It was on day that the Doheny Village revitalization came forward because of you two guys. So kudos to you, and it's easy for me because I just check a box, right? You guys did all the hard work, so thanks.
Mr. Villar.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Miller. I've lived in Capitol Beach for 17 years now, and when I first got here, I looked around at Doheny Village. I'm like, wow, this really looks different than the rest of the city. And so I do appreciate it. Needs a facelift so badly, more than that. So thank you for everyone involved, including you two and the city staff. I agree with Mr. Shad. I think let's just keep moving the ball forward. It's been a slow, long process. I hope it's worth it in the long run, but it is time to give that area a facelift and bring it up to the standards of the rest of our beautiful city. And I know a lot of folks in Capitol Beach like the old flavor of what it is, and I don't think that we're going to lose much of that. I think we're sensitive to that, and I appreciate what you guys have done to outreach, to reach out to the community, and to know, Capitol Beach has its own little flavor. Doheny Village, it's been there a long, long time. People have a lot of great memories there, and we do want to be sensitive to that. But at the same time, we can't let it be so run down. So I do appreciate all of the efforts here, and I do support moving that project forward. So thank you.
Mr. Vic Sorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I hope I'm not blushing. I've never had so many nice things said about me at council meeting. But and thank you for those kind words, and you too, Mr. Shad. But the reality is, and I need to thank Mayor Pro Tem for the work he's done, and for Mr. Shad and all the community members down there. Really, the ones that drove this, and I think I'll let the Mayor Pro Tem speak for himself, but this was one of our goals when we were elected, was to definitely move the revitalization forward of this area. So it's a good night, I think, for us. So I'll be happy to vote for this, and I'll move the item if it hasn't been moved yet.
Thank you. I'm going to second the item, but I waited for this. This is a long, Belinda, this is a long, strange trip. Jim, we worked hard down there. I'll never forget my first meeting when we started with form-based code, and we thought everything was going fine. And I got a call from a merchant down in, actually, I didn't get a call. It was one of our Surettes. We were talking about how and I worked with Bob. And Bob pulled me aside. He said, Joe, yeah, we got problems down here. And so I went down to that first meeting, and man, the torches and pitchforks were out. I think they were building the gallows for me when I got there. And we sat down and we talked, and we found out what the real issues were. And come to find out, it wasn't that we were on opposite pages. We all wanted the same thing. We just were taking a different approach to getting there. And it was, it took some money. We changed directions on it, and we listened to the community. We said, okay, this is what we ultimately want. And I think we have all the stakeholders down there, the residents, the merchants. Everybody's extremely happy about this. And Rick's he's right. This is one of the things we ran on in 2014, was to get this done. And, there were some questions whether we get there or not. This was the big one on our agendas. I mean, we kind of ran on the same thing in 2014. We didn't even know each other until we got on, but finishing Town Center, the harbor, and Doheny Village, and really Town Center was done. We were in Mr. Frost's position. We just checked the box. I mean, the other councils did the heavy lifting on that. And the harbor was the county. And so we just had to keep pushing along, but this was the one that we could really impact. And we worked extremely hard on this. And Belinda, you did such a fantastic job. There's so many changing parts going in and out of here, but you were the one staple of the process. And thank you for all your hard work on this. This is a part of the city that I agree with Mr. Villar. It needed something. I don't want to say it was ignored, because I don't think it was. It was just it was time for an investment into it and make sure that we did it the right way. When you're looking at economic development for a city and you have three major economic centers, the one thing you got to make sure you don't do is have them compete. Because if they compete, one loses, then you have a dead part of your city. And I think we did a really good job of setting these up as separate centers that have their own draw. And so I'm really excited about this. This is why I seconded it. I'm really glad that Rick made the motion, because we worked on it. I'm glad we're the motion and the seconder on this one. So with that, I want to just thank staff. You guys worked incredibly hard on this. Kathy, hey, you get to go out on a high note. Doheny Village got done under your watch. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and take the vote. Would you like to call the vote?
For the last time. Councilmember Frost.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Villar. Thank you. Councilmember Victoric.
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Aye.
There you go. It's 4-1 with the mayor as a conflict, so he's absent.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, I'm going to ask the mayor to come back in if he's listening. Exactly. What's that?
Right. What did I miss? Let's see. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Miller, for running the balance of the meeting tonight, quite frankly. That brings us to council reports. Mr. Frost.
I have nothing to report, and I will turn in my list of meetings to Kathy or Shayna.
Mr. Villar.
I turned in my list of meetings, and I do have something to report. I don't want to drag this on, but I do think it's important. And I hope I make the city staff blush. I just want to tell you what I've done in the last 3 weeks since our last city council meeting, and to show you, to give you an example of how great this city is because of the staff. First, I went on a trolley hop. We went to a couple different bars. I went with this guy over here. I took the trolley from my house, took it up to PCH, got off right in front of the Lux, went over to Jack's, went over to Hennessy's, went to Stillwater, and then ended up, he left us by that time, the old guy left us, but went down to Sunsets and then took the trolley back home. The trolley is awesome. And oh, by the way, if we can keep it a little longer, I would love that. But just an example of the community. Met some guys on there from a different state who were just a barrel of laughs. We had a great time together. A couple nights later, I go to the 4th of July fireworks show with 500 of my closest friends at Pines Park. And like I said, I've lived here for almost 18 years, and I've never seen a better fireworks show than the one that I saw on 4th of July. A couple nights after that, I go to Pines Park to the concert or the Symphony on the Go. Just a great experience. I felt really sophisticated because I was listening to a symphony, which I don't normally listen to. My wife brought out a table, and we had some dinner and had probably 10 or 12 friends with us. And then 2 days ago, I'm at the concert in the park with 5,000-6,000 of my closest friends, just having a blast. And it's because of this city staff. And I got to tell you, when I'm at the fireworks show, I felt so proud to be just a small part of that process. And I know my fellow council members will agree to me. We are a very small part of it. You guys do so much work to make sure that our city gives stuff like that to our residents. And it would have been really easy to just cancel the fireworks show, because I'm sure a lot of cities did, but we were prepared for it. Thanks to Mr. Killebrew and the rest of the staff. So I am, above all everything else, I am a resident of Dana Point, and I love living here. And because of those types of things that go on here, really makes me happy and proud to live here, and I'm proud to be part of this. So I hope you guys are proud of yourselves that you're able to put something like that on, and I can't wait for the rest of the summer to enjoy the rest of the stuff that Dana Point has. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Busork.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we already did this earlier in the meeting, and you spoke on behalf of the city council, and very well. But I just want to add a few things to our retiring members of our staff. And I have no idea if Gail's still watching or not. I'll just say a couple quick things. But I guess first I was really glad to hear that she is very happy, always has a smile on her face, greets everyone professionally. And it wasn't just me. It wasn't because the city manager instructed her to do that for the city council members. He said that's the way she is. And so I want to thank her. I really enjoyed seeing her, interacting with her every time I came, Gail. So if you are watching, congratulations. We're going to miss you. Go Bruins. All right, Kathy. I think maybe the first city employee that I met, obviously when all of us know when we run for office, the first thing you have to do is go in and meet with the city clerk. And she runs you through just what it means and what it takes. And she doesn't screen the people out, but she is so knowledgeable and so professional and so helpful I'm speaking for myself, but I think for all of us, just what a great first impression of the city, and what a great employee, and not just the professionalism and how well you do your job, but I also worked with her when I was the mayor, especially working on the agendas, and just a fantastic job, and really kept the city running well. And for those of you who don't know, also is very talkative as well, has quite a good personality, and you can sit in there and talk for quite a long time with her. She is good at telling stories. I always enjoyed our time talking about things other than work. So with that, I want to congratulate you personally and wish you all the best. And I'm going to miss you as well. And I guess with that, I will end as I always do. I don't have anything to report, but I will turn my list of meetings into you later. So maybe we'll talk one more time. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's one of the downsides of being one of the last ones to speak, because Mr. Councilmember Vic Sork just stole my thunder. He basically, it's hard to say anything more about Gail than what he just did, but Gail was always a bright spot. And, I know she's probably not watching right now. If I were her, I wouldn't be, but she was such a joy. Every time you walked in, she always had a little candy dish sitting on the end of the desk. And I always laughed about that, because anytime, I know right there, I saw it. Anytime you told her if there was a kind of candy you liked, it showed up, and there was always plenty of it. So, it was always just such a great first interaction with her every time. And as an elected, she's a staff member. You see her all the time, and you would think every once in a while she was having a bad day. She's not going to be like that. Never with Gail. Can't even imagine how great it is for a resident coming in. We kind of know what we need when we go in. Residents don't know where they're going a lot of times, and to have somebody like that be your tour guide of how things work in the city, not just the city. She may need to go to the county or somewhere else for what they're looking for. I'm going to miss Gail a lot, and I was kind of sad she wasn't here tonight, but I understand why. And Kathy, wow. That first meeting I had with you in 2014, and you laid out all the things I had to do. I was like, what am I getting myself into? What am I thinking? But there were so many, and she made it sound so easy. And she was always, Joe, I'm here to help you. Don't worry about it. I will help you through the process. And so, Rick got it right. She didn't, weed anybody out. She didn't sort it out. She's just like that with everybody. She's just a great soul, kind-hearted person. And, she makes us look good. We are herding cats. You've got a bunch of electeds. You sit on different agencies like most of us do. And when those reports are due, she makes sure that we get them in. I can't even tell you how important that is, that whip is cracking. She's like, Joe, that report's due. Get it in. And it's just a constant reminder. And she does tell some really funny stories. I like chatting about your daughter with you, and we had some good times, and I'm going to miss those. Shana's got big shoes to fill, but you did a good job training her, and I'm sure she'll make it. And I'm not sure she'll ever be quite as good as you, but she's pretty good, and that's because of what you've done for her and the mentoring you've done. Is she here? All right. There she is. So, Kathy, good luck. Don't be a stranger. I know we'll still see you around town. And, we wish you the best going forward. We're going to miss you. And thank you for all the hard work you've done for this community and me personally, helping me through these last 6.5 years. So, good luck. Thanks. Oh, one other thing. I didn't have anything else to report, and I purposely did not turn in my meetings, so I'll get one more email from you.
All right. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Miller. I have turned in my list of meetings, and I'm going to go a little bit out of order tonight. I'm going to say my little comments now. Please ride the trolley and shop local. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
I have nothing this evening.
Mr. City Manager?
It's really quick. One last thank you to Gail and Kathy for your service again. I know I said a lot earlier, but totally appreciate it. I also want to thank you, as Joe just mentioned, about bringing Shana Sharkey to the city clerk's office and taking her under your wing. And Shana's in the doorway. I want to say congratulations and introduce Shana Sharkey, our incoming city clerk. Speech. No, I'm kidding. Also, since it was a lot about Doheny Village tonight, just passed out of a federal appropriations committee, almost $2 million for our Doheny connectivity study. It's not through all the hoops yet and signed, but it'll be a big down payment toward what we want to accomplish down there for our connectivity study. And in response to Councilmember Villar, our staff decided, and council had given us authority to do so, to extend the trolley on the weekends through the end of September. So we will have some more trolley service. And that concludes my comments.
All right. We normally adjourn our meetings pretty informally, but I'm going to make a motion tonight that we invite Kathy Ward up here to adjourn our meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Your own notes.
Oh, wow. This is a first. I get to sit here in the mayor's chair. Oh my gosh. Okay. Are we ready? This next regular meeting of the City of Dana Point will be September 7th, 2021, 5 p.m., City Council Chamber, 33282 Golden Lantern, Dana Point, California. This meeting is adjourned.